The sun is shining down on your hometown team. The Blues are ready for Sunday afternoon baseball at Sinsheimer Stadium, and we are ready for you for the Ancient Owl pregame show on the SLO Blues streaming network. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside the broadcast booth. Nate Mills alongside Ryan Giacomini on the call for you guys this afternoon on SBSN, getting you set for Game 3 between the Blues and the Menlo Park Legends. Somewhat of a rubber match, if you will. It's kind of funky because the Blues have 2 days off on Monday and Tuesday, and then they play Menlo Park again up north. So I guess this is technically Game 3 of a 4-game set. Either way, the weekend is split 1-1 after the Blues' victory last night against Menlo Park. They get their revenge 7-4 against the Legends. They came back after a brutal 5-1 loss that featured 15 strikeouts for San Luis Obispo. They really turned it around offensively yesterday, and we'll get into that a little bit more. The highlight has to be, following that 15 strikeout game, is that the Blues only had 2 last night against the Menlo Park Legends. Just a huge turnaround, and something we saw when the Blues played the Stoppers for the first time and put up 16 Ks, came back the next day and only put up 3. So it's something about games where you really have a poor performance offensively. They seem to turn it around right after, but I think the name of the game for them is to just have that focus throughout the whole season.
Yeah, and I think for the hitters, it's an adjustment they're making. They're realizing that they're not having the right approach up there. They're striking out way too much, and they're making an effort in that next game to then make sure they're having that better approach and not striking out as much. So we'll see if the Blues can continue that today. The bats were going throughout the entire game, but really exploded in the 8th inning to inevitably give them the win. But if they can produce runs more frequently in today's game, I don't think the Legends are going to be able to keep up.
Blues are looking for that consistency, especially early on in CCL play, where the Legends and San Luis Obispo are kind of in the middle of the pack right now. Still a few games left to go in the summer, but that's where they both stand right now. On the other side of the baseball for San Luis Obispo, the errors just continued to haunt the Blues. 2 in the 9th inning that allowed the 4th run of the game to score, and luckily they had some insurance prior to that, because otherwise those would have hurt.
Yeah, it was really nice. That insurance that they had in the 8th ended up, not really mattering too much about the errors, but it's just something that we can't have happen. Both of them silly throwing mistakes that are errors that you could just get rid of by playing routine fundamental baseball, not trying to do too much, because if you have those errors and a 1-run ball game, or you're losing or you're tied, that's a killer. That's a killer, especially like if you're already down a run and you have 2 errors in an inning and give up another run. It does not provide a lot of confidence, not a lot of momentum for the team when they get the bats back up there. And the Blues are going to need that as they dig into the CCL, which has been really competitive top to bottom in both the North and the South.
And we've talked about the errors before on the playing surfaces that you have to play in summer ball, right? I mean, it's a standard thing you see across the country. The fields aren't going to be up to par as to what they are back at their universities, so you're going to have errors. But what's maddening about the Blues is that they're very preventable errors. Like you said, 2 throwing errors in that inning that could have easily gone the right way for San Luis Obispo. Instead, completely rushed, completely hasty, offline, and it kept the inning alive. Luckily, they had those insurance runs. For the Blues, that's now 5 of the last 7 games where they've committed 3 or more errors. They've just got to tighten that up and tighten it up soon. They got some good competition coming down the road.
Yeah, it's just controlling what you can't control. We get the field is not going to be its best. If you have a fielding error or 2, it happens. But Nate and I mentioned this a couple times yesterday in yesterday's broadcast. The other team is playing on the same exact surface the Blues are, and they're more than likely, or most of the time so far this season, they're committing less errors. So that is something you have to keep in mind, is that although the Blues are, the field is not great, both teams have to deal with the same stuff. So the Blues are going to have to overcome that, and hopefully they can limit the errors today. 2 or less is that magical number, I think, for the Blues.
Yeah, it was 2 yesterday for the Menlo Park Legends. They put up 2, the Blues put up 3, and that kind of kept them in the game a little bit, except for that fateful 8th inning where the Blues scratched across 6 runs on 4 hits. And what Ryan and I really liked about that frame for the Blues is that they scored those runs on their own accord. They put balls in play. They hit the baseball hard. They didn't have to rely on wild pitches and walks too much to get those runs across.
Yeah, an error to start the inning, but then a double, a walk, a sac fly, 2 singles, a walk, another sac fly, another hit. So, the Blues were doing it themselves. It wasn't necessarily that they were, coming off of the mistakes of the Legends. The Blues were able to hit and get it done. There's going to be innings the Blues will score 6 runs, and only 2 of them are going to be earned because the Blues will be able to capitalize off errors and wild pitches. Last night, I think that was the best inning the Blues have had offensively. Just a good string of hits, a good string of really quality at-bats. 3 walks, 3 walks in that inning, just good at bats working from 0-2 to walks or 1-2, and just being patient up there and helping the team and getting on base and helping the team win.
And they've had a few blow-up innings like that in the early going, but I think the next goal for them is to stretch that production out throughout the game, keep chipping away throughout each inning, or have multiple blow-up innings, because we know the middle of this order, too, is very capable of consistently stringing together extra base hits throughout a baseball game. So while it's nice to have a big 6-run inning like that, the Blues have had a 5-run inning before, a 4 spot. Those are all well and good, but let's try to stretch those out throughout the game. It makes it a lot more it's a better business model for success, I think, too, in terms of offensive production. But, hey, you can never turn down a big blow-up inning for San Luis Obispo, or if you're any team playing baseball at any level. Well, that's the offense. I think the pitching, though, for the Blues has been the brightest spot all summer, which is ironic because you don't normally see good pitching staffs on a college summer baseball team or even a regular season baseball team in college.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, Aiden Sims, we saw him in his Blues debut. He was disgusting out there. He just eliminated all offense for the Legends in the first 4 innings with his 5 strikeouts. They were able to just get 2 hits, no runs. But what I loved yesterday was that they were just pounding the zone. They only gave up 3 walks, which is huge for the Blues. If that was an issue last year, is that they just throw through so many walks that, you know, you put runners on first and second and then a base hit, and all of a sudden you're giving up a run in that inning. So if they can continue to pound the strike zone and make the hitters work, it's going to be a good brand of baseball. And also to note, the 2 pitchers who had walks yesterday both gave up runs. So you can see that the other 2 pitchers who came in and did not walk a batter did not give up runs. You can kind of see that correlation right there just looking at the broad stats.
There were a lot of exciting things about Sims yesterday for the Blues, and I think we're excited to see him throughout the rest of the summer if he sticks around in San Luis Obispo. But his arsenal was just really impressive coming off his true freshman season at A&M. He had 3 starts with the Aggies, but then utilized his redshirt year. Ryan, what were some things you saw from Sims in terms of arsenal that were really impressive for you?
I love, and I talk about it all the time, but I love the tunneling. He has a sinker, a slider, a change, and a curveball. Those are 4 very good pitches that you can work off of each other. The sinker and changeup are going to move very similar. The difference between them is that the changeup is much slower, and then that slider, you can start in that same tunnel, and it's going to break the other way as the other 2 pitches. So the way he was able to utilize, especially those 3 pitches, and especially that slider, too, that slider with 2,800 RPMs, that's MLB level movement on that pitch. But the way he was able to utilize those 3 pitches together and get batters or make batters look silly up there is really what I loved about his performance yesterday.
Nearly 2 feet of horizontal break on those sweepers, too. That is hard to hit. That's what makes baseball so hard when you get a pitch like that, a guy coming from a Power 4 institution in Texas A&M. But it's not just Sims who had that great start. It's really been a reflection of how the staff has pitched this whole summer. I want to get more into depth about what I mean and how effective they are. A 2.88 earned run average for a pitching staff and a summer baseball team, that's really good. You really don't see that often. You don't see a 1.31 whip either. That's walks and hits per innings pitch. Typically, you want that below 1.4, 1.5. 1.3 is pretty good. And also, I think I like this number too, a 190 batting average against. That's spectacular. If they can hold that up throughout the rest of the summer, I think the Blues could be in a good spot.
That is incredible numbers, especially when you look at a whole staff. I mean, an individual pitcher would take those stats. So the fact that we're looking at that across our entire pitching staff who have been really good this season. They've had some blow-up innings. Hunter Hammond, today's starter, had a blow-up inning, one of his most recent starts. But if they could just limit those and, give up a couple of hits an inning, you're going to give up runs. It's going to happen. But if you could just limit how many runs you're giving up, limit those blow-up innings pitching, and limit the walks, they're going to have a really good summer.
Ryan and I are ready for a beautiful day at Sinsheimer. The series split 1-1, Slow Blues against the Menlo Park Legends. Thank you for watching the Ancient Owl pregame show on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. We'll send it back to the field, and we'll see you after this.
spectators are asked to support their team in a positive manner and treat opposing fans and players with respect. Profanity, racial slurs, or otherwise unruly behavior will not be tolerated, and violators will be removed from the facility. We thank you in advance for your cooperation. The Blues are proud to announce today's free foul ball group, Coastal Pediatric Dentistry. Representing Coastal Pediatric Dentistry tonight is Fox for the first pitch. Let's see what you got, Fox. Now the starting lineup for the visiting Menlo Park Legends. Batting first, center fielder Charlie Daniel. Batting second baseman Emilio Feliciano. Third, Damon Post. Fourth, shortstop James Bowes. Fifth, Ben Johnson. Sixth, right fielder Paul Curtis. Seventh, catcher Ryan Cartwright. Eighth, Jordan Stuckey. And ninth, left fielder Monsivia. The pitcher for the Menlo Park Legends is Thomas Aiken. And now, taking the field is your hometown team, the San Luis Obispo Blues. Batting first today, center fielder E.J. Roy. Second, shortstop Sam Ardois. Third, right fielder Arthur Jordan. Fourth, designated hitter Jason Ashlock. Fifth, first baseman Brendan Comer. Sixth, fielder Grady Howell. Seventh, your catcher Brody Miller. Eighth, second baseman Sean Strickland. Ninth, third baseman Caden Cuccia. And pitcher, this is coaching staff. Brian Trainer, Renee Mengalado, Paul Teixeira, Randy Kozar, Shites, Clark Garcia, and Reagan Zicker. Head coach, Team Trainer. Singing the national anthem for us today is the Barbershop Quartet Fairweather 4. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise and kindly remove your hats.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Fairweather 4. Now taking the field for the Blues, Brenda Comer for first base, Sean Strickland at second, Caden Cuccia at third, and Sam Cordura at shortstop. And the outfielder, Grady Howell left.
A beautiful rendition of the national anthem to get us going here on this lovely Sunday afternoon for CCL baseball. Game 5 of the CCL summer for the Blues, and 11 overall. Let's take a look at the starting lineup. First for the visiting Menlo Park legends. Leading off and playing left, it's Charlie Degler. Batting second, the second baseman, Emilio Feliciano. Batting third, it's Dane Most. Cleaning it up, the shortstop, James Bowes. Then it's Ben Johnston, the first baseman, followed by Cole Curtis. Ryan Cartwright behind the dish. Jordan Stuckey, the DH, and Quincy Vaya getting his third start of the weekend, this time in left field. Now the defensive alignment for the SLO Blues. In the outfield from left to right, it's Alves, Royal, and Jordan. In the infield from third to first, it's Cuccia, Ardois, Strittmatter, and Comerford, with Miller behind the plate putting down the signs, and Ashlock as today's designated hitter. Today's starter for the Blues is Hunter Hammond.
Hunter Hammond making his third start of the summer for San Luis Obispo in 2 innings of work, 3 strikeouts, a walk, and 5 earned runs. Not the same look we saw last year with the Blues. He would start about a handful of games before his contract expired, but this year hasn't been the same look for Hammond. He's coming off a season at Westmont College where he was pretty solid and got a good amount of playing time down there with the Warriors. He's looking for a bounce-back start. No better time than the present. Hunter Hammond looking to shove today against the Legends in a 1-1 series.
The quote-unquote rubber match of this weekend series, as Nate mentioned during the pregame show, the Blues will travel north to Menlo to take on the Legends on Wednesday. What could be considered Game 4 of the series, as here's the first pitch from the 6'5 righty. It's a called strike at 2:03 p.m. Game time temperature 68 degrees and sunny, just a perfect day for baseball. This one is nubbed back by Degler.
A beautiful day at the ballpark. Was just walking around Sinsheimer today. Went to grab something from my car. I kind of lingered outside because I wanted to stay out in the sun.
Cannot blame you. It's a beautiful day, wind blowing right to left, as it usually does here at the ballpark, as that one misses low. Been a beautiful weekend altogether. A nice clear night for the fireworks show on Friday, as that one is fouled back and into the barbecue pit.
I was a little concerned the way this morning looked stepping into Sinsheimer. It was cold and cloudy and windy.
The wind is still here, but the clouds have subsided as the count evens up at 2-2 to Degler. Degler spent 2 years at Puget Sound as a logger, as he watches strike 3. Hunter Hammond gets the leadoff batter looking to start off this ball game.
Blues start the game on back-to-back afternoons with a strikeout. Good stuff from Hunter Hammond, pulling the string on the changeup, getting Degler to swing. Good first out.
Now it's Emilio Feliciano, who yesterday pinch hit and had a pretty good day on the field. He went 0 for 2 at the plate, lined out and struck out as he watches strike 1 for Hammond. 2 years at the College of San Mateo, currently uncommitted, looking for a new place to call home. The Auburn, Washington native fouls that one back and is quickly down 0-2.
These hitters so far, again, we've only seen 2 guys up at the dish, but they've been late on Hammond's fastball. The velocity doesn't blow you away necessarily in the upper 80s, but that's already 2 batters I've seen hit it off the hands.
A career .312 batting average for the Bulldogs. The 0-2. Swung on and missed. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night to ya, Feliciano. Hunter Hammond has 2 strikeouts to start the game.
Hammond going upstairs with the 4-seam fastball. Feliciano bit on it hard. A big swing and a miss for the second strikeout of the day for Hunter Hammond. Way to start off this game, kid.
Trying to match what Sims did yesterday, where he struck out the side in the first inning. Now it's Dane Most, the third baseman. Looks at ball 1.
Revere from Iowa Western Community College.
Here's the 1-0. Swung on and missed.
Yeah, these hitters are really got to get to the Really got to get to work on timing up that fastball from Hammond. Again, 86 miles an hour. It's the velocity that these college players have seen before. Hunter's been able to locate it really well, though.
That one is ripped on the ground to short and under the glove of Ardois. It'll be a 2-out base hit for Dane Most, as James Bowes will get an opportunity.
Pretty solid contact coming off the bat of Dane Most, keeping the inning alive, and that's just textbook right there. Right through the 5-5 hole, Ardois couldn't quite leg it out, or he couldn't reach it either. Just underneath the glove, a classic base knock. There goes the no-hitter for Hunter Hammond.
First pitch in the dirt, blocked by the backstop for today, Miller. Bowes yesterday got a start. Has bumped his way up 2 spots in the lineup, however, after his double in the 8th. He also flew out, popped out, and lined out. Here's the 1-0. That one's ripped on the ground. Tough hop for Cuccia. Ardois is going to glove it, but he's not going to have a play.
We've never seen Caden Cuccia play third base for San Luis Obispo. This is also the first time we're seeing him in back-to-back starts for Dean Traynor and his squad. This one's hot to handle for the third baseman Cuccia. He did everything correct technically wise. It just took a bad hop and ricocheted off the chest. Keeps it alive.
An 88-mile-an-hour ground ball. Took a wicked hop right off that infield grass. It'll go as a hit, back-to-back hits with 2 outs after back-to-back strikeouts here in the first inning, and that gives Ben Johnston a chance. First time we've seen him all weekend. That one is chopped right back to Hammond. Hammond's going to glove it on the mound, flip it over to Comerford at first for the 3rd out of the inning. So the 2-out hits to no avail for the Menlo Park Legends, and the Blues will come up with an opportunity to strike first in the bottom of the 1st inning here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Back here in the bottom of the 1st inning, as let's get you started with the Blues lineup. Leading it off for the Blues, it's the kid, E.J. Royal. He plays center field, and then it's Sam Ardois, Don Jordan, Mason Ashlot cleaning it up, Brendan Comerford batting 5th, Brady Alves getting the start in left, Brody Miller batting 7th, Sean Strickmatter batting 8th, and Caden Cuccia to round it out. In steps Royal against the starting pitcher today for the Menlo Park Legends, Thomas Egbert.
Egbert, a Penn commit out there in Pennsylvania. Fastball, curveball, and the headliner, the changeup.
A kick change with tons of movement as he goes fastball first pitch, right around the knees to E.J. Royal for a called strike.
It's even more impressive that he's able to throw the changeup like that at 2,700 rotations per minute. That's big league. He's coming off a Tommy John surgery as well, his senior year of high school.
Fastball foul tipped into the glove of the catcher Cartwright. Defensively, it's Vaya in left, Dellinger in center, and Curtis in right. On the infield from third to first, it's Most, Bose, Feliciano, and Johnston with Cartwright behind the dish. Here's the 0-2. Off the hands and in foul territory. Going to be playable for Johnston. He slides. He grabs it.
A little basket catch by the first baseman, Johnston. I think he might have lost it in the air a little bit or took a bad angle. Either way, he slid and off the chest and into the breadbasket for the first out.
Not the most productive at-bat for the leadoff hitter, E.J. Royal. Now it's Spice. Sam Ardois steps in as he fouls the first pitch up and out to the right.
The boys called him Spice rather frequently last summer because of his spicy attitude, the flair, the confidence of Sam Ardois. It's palpable when you're talking to the kid.
Second pitch also fouled off. This one might be playable again for Johnston. He ranges over and is going to watch it flare into the Blues bullpen.
So now that swagger that Sam Ardois has got up his sleeve, use that in a two-strike count here. Line up your stance, shorten it up, just try to put something in play. Recorded a base hit in his first Blues appearance, making his second of the summer.
5 pitches, 5 strikes to start the game for Egbert. He faces the Raging Cajun from ULL. And Sam Ardois getting his second start in a Blues uniform. Started and batted third in the Friday game as he lines that one to center field. A few steps back and a few steps to his left is Dellinger for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, Sam just got underneath that baseball. Sent a hard liner to center, but again, just a couple centimeters underneath that ball. And it's an easy play for Degler out in center. A couple of easy, quick outs for the Blues as they try to figure out Egbert at the first.
He's only thrown 6 pitches, and they have all been strikes thus far. Pounding the strike zone, which is a key to winning games in the CCL, at least in my opinion, as in steps Don Jordan and fouls that one straight back.
Egbert getting strike one on Don Jordan. Pretty huge. You don't want to get this guy in a hitter's count because if you get a pitch in the strike zone that Jordan can handle, he's going to demolish it. We've seen that multiple times, including last night.
He got the party started in the 8th in that 6-run 8th inning with a RBI double. So he watches ball 1.
That was hit hard down the left field line. He almost had extra bases twice. A long fly ball to left field that was caught at the wall.
Finds himself in a 1-1 count against Egbert. Ugly swing, and a umpire at home says he went around. He's behind 1-2.
Yeah, that's the sweeper from Egbert right there. You don't see it all too often. He hasn't showcased the kick change quite yet. And I think Jordan was sitting on fastball. He taps his chest and apologizes to the dugout on leaving that pitch. If he was sitting off speed there, I think he takes a hack.
Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. A Blues go down in order and can't capitalize off the pitching staff getting through the top half of the first inning. We head to the second. Nothing ball game. 6, 7, 8 for the Legends and a 0-0 ball game. Hunter Hammond back out there as the first pitch is chopped on the ground to Cuccia. His throw over to Comerford is low, but caught by Comerford, and Cole Curtis is out on one pitch.
One pitch, one out. That's exactly what we want to do if you're Hunter Hammond, especially after the inning the Blues just had offensively. 3 up, 3 down, a couple of pop fly outs, and a strikeout swinging from Don Jordan. Offense got to get going here, but if you look at last night's game, both sides had difficulties swinging the sticks throughout the first half, I'd say. Most of the production came in the second half of the ballgame, so maybe it could be one of those cases here. Stay tuned.
And now is Ryan Cartwright also making his debut this weekend, acting as the catcher as he's first pitch swinging and first pitch lifting into left. Alves will range a few steps in and make a grab. 2 pitches, 2 outs.
Hey, good deal, right? If you're a pitcher or if you're a Dean Trainer, you love that for your guys.
Number 20, Jordan Stuckey.
Especially with Dean Trainer getting ready for a long road trip up in Northern California. Those arms have got to be ready for 4 games in a row. You can get some length from Hunter Hammond. That'd be a great sign. I would imagine Jordan Stuckey is taking first pitch here, though.
See what he does. He swings first pitch. It's chopped back to Hammond. Hammond's going to run it over to first. 3 pitches, 3 outs. Call it a immaculate inning-ish for Hunter Hammond in the top of the second inning as the Blues are back up and now in business in the bottom of the second. As I remind you that this half inning is brought to you by Studio Design Group Architects.
That's 19.
Three pitches after Don Jordan struck out, and the Blues are back up. A 3-pitch inning for Hunter Hammond in the top half of the second. That brings Mason Ashlock to the plate to lead off the inning. Steps in the bucket and watches a first pitch down, 1-0.
Blues need a long inning on offense here. You have a blow-up inning in the 8th. Bring that momentum early into this game. Hit it early, hit it often.
That one misses up and in, and Ashlock's in a hitter's count, something that you do not want if you are Egbert.
Mason with a 500 average this summer, 750 slugging in the early going.
Small sample size, but he has been ripping baseballs for the Blues as he watches that slider low and away. 3-0.
10 for 20, a double and a triple, driven in 6 runs. Now that's production.
Cartoonish numbers, just like we saw when he was with the Coyotes last year, as he watches the 3-0 fastball right there for him. Bring it to 3-1. His 575 slugging and his 134 at-bats.
Now there's a sample size.
The 3-1 is ball 4. Mason Ashlock draws a leadoff walk. Trail advised it could come back to haunt you. As in steps Brendan Comerford.
Mason Ashlock with that walk officially has more base on balls than strikeouts.
And he slugs.
Yep.
It's Nate and I's favorite type of player. A guy who can hit the ball hard and still doesn't strike out that much.
That might be everyone's favorite type.
Yeah, that's true. Small lead off first. Comerford whiffs at the first pitch. Comerford in yesterday's game went 1 for 2, a base hit in the second, a walk in the 7th, and then he had a RBI sacrifice fly in the 8th inning. First time we've seen Egbert out of the stretch. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and missed. 0-2. Comerford falls behind quickly, a theme we saw a lot yesterday.
Yeah, chasing the elevated fastball. Obviously, it's a pitch he loves, and we've seen him do damage on it. Takes big hacks at it, too. He's got to shorten up, though, with 2 strikes.
Ashlock takes an extra step at first, and Comerford watches the fastball up and away for ball 2.
An understandable miss from Thomas Egbert. I don't even know how much he actually missed on that pitch. He tried to get Comerford to chase off the high fastball again, but Brendan did a nice job leaving it upstairs for the birds.
One, two, swung on and missed. Comerford goes down on strikes for the first time since Friday's ball game, where he had 2 strikeouts.
And this is just a 4-seamer low in the zone. Comerford just couldn't get his bat on it. Was a little early on the fastball, too. 89 miles an hour from Brendan. That's the first out of the 2nd inning.
The Blues would love to make that leadoff walk hurt for Egbert, and with the opportunity to do it now, it's Brady Alves. Runner goes. Ashlock's going to slide in safely. An incredible jump from Mason Ashlock to move up into scoring position with 1 out.
There are few guys you can maybe count on one hand on the Blues who get better jumps than Mason Ashlock. He timed that up perfectly. Taking off towards second base. The throw wasn't even close. Head first slide was beautiful.
Here's the 1-0. Up and in. Alves got his stride and load out of the way and then had to duck and dodge to not get hit by that fastball.
This would be a big break for Brady Alves, too, trying to cash in that run from second base. He's struggled so far this summer. 2 hits in his 22 at-bats.
He did have one of his hits on Friday in the 2nd inning as well, as he swings and misses through that fastball. Big hack.
And that's the kind of swing you put on in a 2-0 count. He saw the fastball down the middle of the plate. He liked it. Put daddy hack on it. Why not? But now you got to lock back in here on the 2-1 count. Try to slap something in the outfield.
Alves had his best game of the summer as the DH on Friday. A base hit, a stolen base, and a walk. Looking to build off that production in today's game. Here's the 2-1. Misses up and away. The Blues find themselves in another 3-ball count in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, as you said, another hitter's count. And for Brady Alves, just don't try to think too much here. I know he's thinking about racking up some base hits this summer, but one at-bat at a time, one run at a time, one pitch at a time. Try to stay within yourself here on the hitter's count.
Huge hole on the left side as he swings and fouls that one right over our heads. I got it, Nate.
Thank God. And it didn't miss by much. A high fastball, barrel just underneath it. It's the right idea, but now you're going to get Egbert's best pitch, and I'd imagine the kick change is coming.
We haven't even talked too much about that pitch yet, but 2,700 RPMs. Ball is moving. Here's the 3-2. He goes with the slider, and it misses up above the head of Brady Alves. Another walk here in the 2nd inning. It'll be Brody Miller's opportunity with 2 on and 1 out.
Yeah, you don't see that often from Thomas Egbert. Usually if he wants to get the out pitch, especially in a 3-2 count where you're trying to give your best offering to the batter and beat him, it's going to be that kick change for him. And to give context for that RPM, rotations per minute. How many times does the ball make a full rotation in 1 minute? 2,700. That's major league level on that changeup.
Usually most changeups are sitting between 12 and 1,500 RPMs, but that's your traditional circle changeup. Kick change, different movement, and getting that amount of spin on it just induces so much break. I mean, I were watching a video of that break, and I mean, it started on the inside part of the plate and was about 4 inches off the plate away.
It's almost like a sinker with low velocity, so a kick change.
And it's 20 miles an hour slower than his fastball.
Yeah.
Here's the 1-0. Misses inside.
And that's why we hesitate to call it a sinker, because it has movement like a sinker and RPMs like a sinker. But it's a changeup because it's coming in at 79 miles an hour.
Miller finds himself in a hitter's count. It's 2-0. Fastball called strike.
A good placement there. And Brody Miller is another guy who's looking to break through too. A decent start to the summer. Hasn't played as much as he had hoped, making his 4th start right now. 3 hits in his 9 at-bats.
Looking for a new place to call home as he swings and fouls that one up over the dugout. Count evens up at 2-2.
Yeah, year at Sonoma State, his true freshman season after being named Mountain League MVP his senior year of high school at Rigetti. Redshirted with the Seawolves, transferred to Mendocino. Looking for a new college now.
Backstop from Santa Maria. Finds himself in a 2-2 count with 2 runners on. Here's the pitch. Slider right there. Strike 3 called to Brody Miller. Second strikeout of the inning for Egbert.
Yeah, that's a really big strikeout from Thomas Egbert with runners on first and second. Blues threatening with the runner in scoring position. It's a perfect pitch from Egbert that ties up Brody Miller, catches him looking for the second strikeout of the inning.
Now it's Sean Strittmatter. Last time Strittmatter played here at Sinsheimer was when he started the May 30th game against the Santa Maria Indians. As he watches strike 1. He went 0 for 3 in that game.
Couple of Ks too, and here's a guy who hasn't gotten a lot of chances so far this summer, making his 3rd start of the year. We're in game number 12 with the Blues.
Tapping the front foot, waggling the bat over his right shoulder. The 1 misses away.
Just trying to earn a spot on a team that is, frankly, oversaturated with infielders. It's hard to get in the mix.
Especially middle infielders with Artois getting here. We're still waiting on Sebastian Lopez, another middle infielder. And you have Constantine and O'Hara, Kosei Suzuki. Strittmatter watches that one in the dirt. 2-1.
And Sean's still looking for his first summer hit, too. In 7 at-bats, he's come up empty on all of them. 2 strikeouts and a walk, and both of those Ks came in his 2nd game of the summer against that Santa Maria Indians outing.
All the way from the right side of the rubber, here's the kick and deal. It's a called strike 2. Deuce is wild here in the bottom of the 2nd inning, and you ready for this, Nate? 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with 2 runners on, 2 walks in the inning with 2 strikeouts in the inning.
Whoa.
And the opposing team has 2 hits.
What just happened?
The Deuces are wild, is what happened. They're rampant. Here's the Deuces wild offering. Swung on and fouled off to the right. We'll do it again.
And Strittmatter didn't get the right timing on that fastball, too. I think he was expecting something a little off speed. Very late on the 4-seamer with velocity that doesn't blow him away all that often. Hit it off the hands and fouled it off. Good job by Strittmatter finding contact some way, somehow in this AB to stay alive.
Maybe expecting that kick change, which he saw the pitch before with 2,400 RPMs. Here's the pitch. Slider left upstairs and the count runs full. The runners will be off. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ashlock, who led off the inning with a walk and stole second on second base, and Alves, who walked, stands on first base. Strittmatter swings and lines that one foul.
Again, late on a fastball inside, couldn't get his foot down in time. Does a nice job just kind of throwing the hands at the baseball. Just want to spoil away pitches. He didn't love that fastball inner cut. Just did a nice job getting rid of that one, sending it down the right field line.
So we'll do it again. The runners will be off one more time as Egbert looks in and gets the sign from Cartwright. Here's the pitch. Strikeouts looking. The third strikeout of the inning and the fourth of the day for Thomas Egbert as the Blues leave two stranded, including a leadoff walk from Mason Ashlock. It'll be 0-0 heading into the third inning here on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Quincy Villa will lead it off in the inning. He squares the bunt and pulls it back, but stares at strike one. Villa started in both yesterday's game and Friday's game. He went 1 for 4 yesterday and 1 for 3 on Friday. Swings and misses at strike 2. And quickly, Hunter Hammond is ahead in the count, 0-2 after his 3-pitch second inning.
Hammond's been awfully efficient today, especially after that second inning with 3 pitches and 3 outs.
Here's the 0-2. Hits off the knob and then plunks off Brody Miller.
I thought it broke his bat for a second. That was a weird sound.
Yeah, it definitely was an odd sound. It hit off the knob of the bat. Then it bounced off the mask of Brody Miller, so he'll take a second to recoup before getting back in the squat and putting down the sign for Hammond, who's working from the windup. He's recorded 4 straight outs. Here's the 0-2, swung on and chopped to third. Cuccia dives, makes the play. He gets up, throws to first, on the money! Katie Cuccia flashing the weather.
I apologize, I was not familiar with your game, Caden Cuccia. What a play over at third base. We haven't seen him play third all summer or in last year with San Luis Obispo. Putting his body on the line, spinning around and firing a strike to Comerford.
A beautiful play to kick off the inning. Give the Blues some confidence, get the fans roaring a little bit. First pitch is sent right back up the middle by the leadoff hitter, Degler. Second hit of the ball game for the Legends. They have a runner on first with 1 out.
Yeah, that's textbook from the leadoff man, Charlie Degler. Right after a good play and right after your squad has been retired on 5 straight batters in a row. Put a good swing on a pitch inside, put the hands close to your body, catch it slightly off the end of the barrel, return to sender, base hit.
Sucked the life right out of this Blues team, who maybe I thought had a little bit of momentum after that Cuccia diving play, but takes some of it right back as the first pitch to Feliciano is a called strike. Small lead over at first from Degler, but he takes off. Decent jump as that one is fouled. Oh. Tried to look like Caden Cuccia, the third base coach. Almost made a headfirst diving play.
They like the effort, right? That's always a frustrating moment, too, when you got the hit and run on, and the guy over at first, in this case Degler, gets a really good jump towards second base, and it's a foul ball.
This one is fisted in the air. On the infield, Comerford calls everyone off and squeezes it for the first out of the inning. Second out of the inning, excuse me.
A nice job by Hammond to come back. Right on right changeup, one of the harder pitches to throw in baseball. He grooves one to Feliciano, hits it off the hands. Easy play for Comerford at first, 2 gone. Nice recovery after the Degler single.
Now it's Dane Most, the only other legend with a hit in today's ballgame, as he watches a first pitch fastball up for ball 1. This is a really good bounce back spot for Hammond. He threw last weekend and just threw 1 inning, struck out 2 in that inning. But prior to that, he started game 2 of the season as the runner goes, the throw down to second, and he is out by a mile. Thrown out by Brody Miller to end the inning. Cuccia and Miller make 2 great defensive plays to help the Blues keep a 0 on that visitors scoring line as we head into the bottom of the 3rd inning here on the SLO Blues streaming network. It's Caden Cuccia coming up to some Taylor Swift here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, followed by the top of the order and E.J. Royal and Sam Ardois as he stares at a first pitch ball. Cuccia not got off to a super hot start this summer, at least swinging the bat. He is batting just a buck 54, but has a .421 on base percentage, 6 walks as he is ahead in the count 2-0.
Yeah, only 1 strikeout, too, and that's a reflection of his year at Kenyatta College. Also, with the bat to the ball well, how more walks and strikeouts, too, with his first season in the Colts.
A .440 on base percentage there, 30 walkouts to his 23 strikes, as he watches ball 3. And I would be surprised if Cuccia even takes his bat off the shoulder here in a 3-0 count, as we talk about how prolific of a base on balls guy he is. From the windup, here's the pitch. Right down the middle for a called strike 1.
It's funny, this is not the way I thought Thomas Egbert would attack these hitters today for the Blues. He's been living low in the zone with that fastball when they get in 2 strike counts. He threw a low fastball here in the 3-0.
That one misses away. Walk number 7 on the summer for Caden Cuccia. He is a walk machine.
I tried to feed Caden with that kick change, and Cuccia didn't offer. The leadoff walk for the Blues. This time they're trying to make them pay. This is back-to-back innings for San Luis Obispo, where the Blues have let it off with a walk. And last time, 3 strikeouts looking, or 2 looking, 1 swinging. That's not going to cut it.
Now tied for second on the team in walks, as the only man who has more than him steps into the batter's box. It's E.J. Royal. Popped out in foul ground his first time.
Flyover's a little late.
He squares to bunt and pulls it back, but it's a called strike 1. A couple of military helicopters making their way over the ballpark, and as they mentioned, about 40 minutes too late, but at least they showed up. Here's the 0-1. Squaring to bunt and fouling it is E.J. Royal. Now he'll have to swing the stick in an 0-2 count.
Well, the Coast Guard base for California, just up the road here from Sinsheimer Stadium, about a 10-minute drive from the field. The first Coast Guard base in all of California, ever. Still up and running.
Cuccia takes off. It's a ball outside. Cuccia is going to slide in safely to second. A stolen base for Caden Cuccia, and someone's going home with a fast feet seat cushion.
Caden's 3rd stolen base of the summer, and he didn't get a great jump at all. The catcher Cartwright kind of bobbled it in his glove, bought Cuccia some time to swipe second base, puts him in scoring position for Royal.
Cuccia, tons of speed. Able to snag second base as the 1-2 misses inside to even it up at 2-2. 89-mile-an-hour fastball with some arm side run. Royal lifted his hands up and watched it go by. Egbert steps off, wants to talk with his catcher.
He's just trying to get on the same page here. Plan of attack for Royal. The swing zone is real big for him. He can go out of the strike zone and poke some balls the opposite way. So it's really important that they get on the same page here. And again, I'm surprised we haven't seen the kick change as much as we anticipated, especially to a righty Royal. That would be a very effective pitch to throw.
We'll see, maybe he'll go to it here. He had that fastball in last time. He goes slider, breaks away, and Royal fouls it away.
And something with Egbert, too, the velocity differential is a big factor as well. See how much slower that slider is than the four-seamer, which sits in the low 90s.
Royal putting himself together a pretty nice at-bat here. Watches the 2-2 pitch away, and the count runs full.
Yeah, easy take there for EJ. A fastball that was just yanked up and away. He's not too tempted by that offering that much.
From 0-2 to 3-2. The Bison looking for a new place to call home. Looking to provide some offense here in the bottom of the third inning for his team. Cuccia with a large lead. Here's the pitch. It's a ball 4. Misses just outside, and E.J. Royal has drawn the second walk of the inning.
Man, didn't miss by much. If I'm Thomas Egbert, I'm pounding my fist into my glove. Royal just kind of bought a strike right there on the second walk in a row from Egbert.
From 0-2 to a walk, E.J. Royal in a 9-pitch at-bat gets himself the second walk of the inning. Blues had 2 walks in last inning too, but stranded both Ashlock and Alves on first and second.
Good field from E.J. Royal on that at-bat, fatiguing the starter in Egbert, who's got excellent stuff, but clearly has some difficulty locating it. Egbert might have gotten squeezed on a call right there, but still, 4 strikeouts and 4 walks today. The Blues have kind of been an offense of 2 outcomes so far.
Especially, after that, the first 2 batters, Royal and Ardois in the first, it's been strikeout, walk, strikeout, walk, strikeout, strikeout, walk, walk. Here's Ardois again. He flew out to center field. Pretty well hit ball. Just right at a guy.
One of the 2 Blues to put a ball in play today, might I add.
the last Blue to actually put a ball in play. Corner infielders are in, expecting a bunt as it's been moved to second. Cuccia gets back standing. Ardois does not square, and it's a called strike on the upper part of the plate.
And that was a pitch that looked awfully familiar to the ball 4 on E.J. Royal.
A little up, maybe a little more in the zone. Pretty tight zone so far. Both teams are going to have the same zone. It's a double steal. It's actually a double hit and run as it's popped up in foul territory. Ranging over to the netting and not going to be able to make the play is the third baseman, Most.
Yeah, Most was awfully close to making that play. And again, one of the worst feelings in the world when you get a successful jump on a hit and run and the batter pops it up and out of play. Would have hurt that much more if Most was able to squeeze it in front of the netting.
Behind in the count is Ardois. 0-2 to him with Cuccia on second and Royal on first. Let's see if they take off again. They don't. Here's Spice, slices one to right field. It's down for a base hit. Cuccia's rounding third and heading for the plate. Here's the throw. It's cut off. Cuccia scores, and the Blues take a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the third.
That's a nice piece of hitting for Sam Ardois. One of the harder hit balls we've ever seen him put together in a Blues uniform. And how about this too, going the opposite way with it also, hitting the pitch where it was delivered, sending it over through the 4-hole, scoring it a run on your own accord. First hit of the day for the Blues.
Something we did not see him do all that often last summer was hit the ball the other way. Maybe something he picked up this last year at ULL. He drives that one the other way, and the Blues are on the board. Royal made his way all the way to third, so it's going to be runners on the quarter for Don Jordan, 2-time Dog of the Day award winner. He swings, and he wanted that one. Fouls it straight back to the netting.
There's just something about when Don Jordan stands in that batter's box, you get the feeling just something's going to happen, especially the way he swings that baseball bat.
He didn't have his best day yesterday, 1 for 5, but he did have a big RBI double in the 8th. To make it a 3-2 ball game. But he has been swinging that stick like no other. He's only 1 for 8 in the whole series. 1 for 9, excuse me, as runner takes second.
Good jump from Sam Ardois, too.
No throw, so nothing to worry about, but Ardois puts another runner in scoring position with still nobody out here in the inning. Jordan is behind, 0-2. Here's the pitch. Way upstairs. No offer from Jordan.
Big boys due up for the Blues. Jordan a 1-2 count, though, but Ashlock and Comerford right behind him. Comerford the team leader in RBIs, too.
Now, these are not the 3 hitters you want up with, 2 in scoring position and nobody out. Jordan waggles that bomb bat and watches a pitch just outside. Very similar pitch to what we saw E.J. Royal get called ball 4 and then right after get called strike 1 to Ardois.
And Egbert trying to nibble away on the right-handed hitters. Wondering why, though. You want to put that fastball in so then you could put the changeup there and get the swings and misses.
You might work the changeup started on the outside and have it kick towards that back right foot. See what he does here in a 2-2 count, as he takes a long look into his catcher Cartwright and Don Jordan asks for time. Well, let me remind you that this half inning is brought to you by the talented team at Studio Design Group Architects. Whether you're designing, planning, or needing permits for a space, Studio Design Group and their collaborative philosophy have you covered. Visit sdgarchitects.com for more. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and fouled away. We'll do it again. A kick change there. 80 miles an hour with 2,600 RPMs, Nate Mills.
That's more than his fastball. You don't see that often.
Never. Like, never.
No.
Like I said, that changeup usually, like the MLB average, I think for a changeup is right around like 1,250, 1,300. But that's that traditional circle change, not the kick change, which is becoming more and more revolutionized because of its crazy movement and spin. As Don Jordan gets hit with that pitch right on the stomach, a fastball ran inside. 4 straight base runners to reach base safely for the Blues.
It's good to see that Don Jordan isn't that afraid at a pitch coming inside. I've said it before, he broke his ribs in the spring of last season with the Texas Longhorns. That's why he wasn't able to play. And you get a pitch coming right at your rib cage again, you got to get bad flashbacks there. He doesn't seem too intimidated by it.
It looks like we're going to get a new noodle for the Menlo Park Legends, as the pitching coach is going to go out there and take the ball out of the hand of the starter, Thomas Egbert, and then make the call over to the dugout. The Blues take the lead. They have bases loaded with no outs for Mason Ashlock. Right after this, we'll let you know who the new pitcher is. Bases loaded, nobody out. Mason Ashlock steps in, and he will face the new pitcher, Dylan Trammell. Trammell, when I heard the name, it sounded familiar to me. He played for the Mudcats 2 summers ago. Since then has played for the Solano Community College Falcons, where he's thrown 112 innings in his career and given up 62 earned runs. That's good for a 4.97 ERA. As he pumps in strike 1 to Mason Ashlock, who walked in his first at-bat and then later stole second and was stranded there. Here's the 0-1, swung on and hit hard on the ground, but foul past Rene Regalado.
Now watch your lips there, Rene. Smoked off the bat of Ashlock, just way too out in front. 0-2 count now. Mason just wants to put something in play.
Rene, the hitting coach, but he's known for his glove over there. When he puts the effort in and it's right at him, low to high, just like he teaches the guys.
He can body it up too.
Yeah.
A free safety in JUCO.
Ashlock finds himself behind 0-2 to the new noodle and swings and misses at a changeup away for the first out of the inning. Ashlock down on 3 pitches, and now it'll be Brendan Comerford.
Sometimes you'll get at-bats like that from Mason Ashlock, where he'll just hammer some balls and then just kind of go down on 3 different swings. He had a pinch hit the other day that took 3 swings there. It's kind of the same look here. And the idea with the bases loaded and no outs is that's the scariest guy.
In steps Brendan Comerford. He struck out in his first at-bat. Blues have 5 strikeouts in today's ballgame. Here's the first pitch to him. called strike on the outer half. 4 pitches, 4 strikes thus far for Dylan Trammell, the righty from Benicia. Standing at 6'1", 185 pounds. Gets Comerford to chase that changeup low, and Comerford is behind 0-2.
I've been impressed with the arsenal of Trammell so far. That fastball was really well located for the first pitch on Comerford. He comes right back on with the changeup, dipping below the zone. Sweeper here? Question mark?
Sweeper or high fastball would be my guess. It's the high fastball, and Comerford takes ball 1. The Legends have gone to that a lot so far with Egbert. Seems like Cartwright loves calling a high heat with an 0-2 count. Comerford wants to say hi to his buddy Johnston over at first as he flies that one into right field. Is it going to be deep enough to get a run? Here comes E.J. Royal putting on the wheels. A good throw on the money. The tag does not get him. Royal evades the tag and scores the second run of the inning for the Blues.
Man, that throw had E.J. Royal beat by a couple of steps. Nice job by EJ to slide out of the way from Cartwright, who put his whole body extending towards Royal at home.
Moving up to third was Ardois. It'll be runners on the corner and 2 outs, back-to-back nights with a sacrifice fly for Brendan Comerford. A very productive out. Brady Alves, who Nate and I mentioned in his first at-bat, has not had the best start to the summer. But this is a great opportunity to get your legs under you, get some momentum, get the team behind you. 2 runs already in, and Ardois is 90 feet away from scoring. He watches a fastball low and away for ball 1. One ball and no strikes to Alves, as that one misses away. 2 balls and no strikes. Alves in yesterday's game pinch ran and scored in the 8th. Did not see the field or get an at bat. And then the day before, as the designated hitter, went 1 for 3 as it's a wild pitch, and Ardois is going to score. 3rd run of the inning for the Blues. Another one of those blow-up innings we were talking about that the Blues need to have more of this summer, as they tack on 3, and they've only put 2 balls in play in this inning.
Now keep going. Don't be complacent. They've scored a couple of runs on their own destiny. On a wild pitch here, gives them a freebie.
Couple of good at-bats, followed by an Ardois single, a sac fly, and now a wild pitch, as the 3-0 is a called strike. And by their own destiny indeed, but with only 1 hit. We'd like to see some more balls barreled up and finding some outfield grass. As Jordan gets a sizable lead off second. He's halfway to third on the secondary, and it's ball 4 to Brady Alves. Second walk of the day for Brady Alves, and his 3rd in his last 3 plate appearances, for that matter.
You're getting on the right path. You're starting off the summer the way you are, not being able to put the baseball in play. You keep walking like this, Alves, the baseball gods reward you eventually.
Something the coaching staff will notice too, that he's starting to figure out the zone, figure out his confidence, draw walks. As in steps Brody Miller with another good opportunity to get the Blues some more runs as he watches first pitch away. 5 of the last 6 pitches for Trammell have not found the zone. Struggling with his command after starting his outing with a 3-pitch strikeout to Ashlock. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and flared into right field. It's going to drop for a single. Rounding third and scoring is Don Jordan. Rounding second and heading to third is Alves. He's going to stop there. The throw goes to second, and it's not in time. Another run for the Blues on an RBI single for Brody Miller.
Just a softly hit ball down the right field line, and they'll actually put it up as a double because the right fielder Curtis didn't even touch the ball yet when Miller was halfway to second base. It took Curtis a long time to get to that baseball. And Brody Miller driving in another run for the Blues, 4-0. This is the kind of frame we were talking about in the pregame show. Keep going, smell blood, push the envelope.
The manager for the Legends is out talking to the base umpire about that call at second. He did this twice in the 8th inning yesterday. Single-handedly added an extra 15 minutes to the game in that 8th inning with 3 pitching changes mid-inning, and came out and argued 2 different calls, neither of which were overturned.
That's funny. That's kind of like an old school style of managing you see. For Santa Barbara, you'll see Bill Pinter do that a lot. He's been around the game for a long time. Ironically, Dean Traynor doesn't follow that same formula. You can tell the manager for Menlo Park has been around a couple of old baseball minds in his day.
You know, I understand arguing a call from time to time when you're really sure about it, but you've argued 3 in the last 5 innings of baseball. You kind of lose a little bit of reputation with the umpires. As ball 1 to Strittmatter, way inside. Strittmatter struck out to end the last inning. He's the only batter to not hit so far in this inning, but he's getting his opportunity now. With Cuccia waiting on deck, who walked, stole a base, and scored to start this inning. 2 on with 2 out. Strittmatter watches that pitch in the dirt, 2-0.
And Sean this past season at Cuesta, 26 runs batted in on his 47 hits.
Ballpark starting to fill in here on this Mimosa Sunday. Lines are long because the Blues have scored in this inning as Strittmatter watches the 3rd pitch to him for another ball, 3-0. Really not finding the zone is Trammell. Through a 5-pitch walk to Alves, was in a 3-1 count when he gave up the double to Brody Miller, and now finds himself down 3-0 to Strittmatter. A 4-pitch walk, and the Blues have batted around in the 3rd. Bases are loaded for the man who led off the inning, wearing 33. It's Caden Cuccia.
And remember how this whole rally started, a leadoff walk from Cuccia. They started off with a leadoff walk in the 2nd inning, and those 3 strikeouts. Little uninspiring performance, but they've really turned it around in this frame.
The leadoff walk, which are ill-advised and can come back to haunt you, and they have haunted the Legends in the 3rd inning. Here's Cuccia staring at a 1st-pitch strike up near the letters.
Good pitch, too, from Trammell. Nice to see that one get over home plate with the way he's been pitching these past few plate appearances. Strittmatter, of course, with that 4-pitch walk. Just wanted to see one go in a spot he wanted.
Cuccia has an opportunity to change that crooked number up there for the Blues as he stares at a ball away.
4 runs on 2 hits. Legends have yet to record a run on 3 hits.
It's Alves on 3rd, Miller on 2nd, and Strittmatter on 1st. Here's the 1-1, misses away.
And the problem with this Legends pitching staff, too, is there have been some non-competitive pitches that have just missed well outside, well above the zone. Egbert seemed to have a plan with some of them, especially on hitters like Comerford who chase that high fastball. But on this AB with Cuccia, just a couple of bad misses.
Here's the 3-2, smothered by Cartwright, and he does a good job to block that one, or else the Blues would have scored another run. However, Cuccia does find himself in a hitter's count, 3-1.
Yeah, again, you hit it on the nose. Cartwright did a nice job keeping that baseball in front, sliding to his right side. Would have been another run for the Blues, for sure.
3-1, right there for Cuccia. The count is full.
Again, another good pitch from Trammell. The changeup on the outer half of the zone, the right on left changeup.
Alves on 3rd, Miller on 2nd, Strittmatter on 1st. They'll all be going. Full count, 2 outs. The Blues have already put up 4 runs in this inning as Cuccia takes ball 4. Another run comes in to score. It's a 5 spot in the 3rd.
Still doing it with just 2 hits. Base is still loaded, though. And how many times have the Blues this summer scored runs via a wild pitch with the bases loaded, a walk with the bases loaded.
A couple of times. It's a brand of baseball that the Blues play. Soft line drives, walks, taking advantage on the base passes. Coming out again is the pitching coach. As a righty gets loose in the bullpen for the Menlo Park Legends. Hunter Hammond's getting a nice break over there in the Blues dugout. I'd say about a 30-minute half inning for the Blues.
Sure is, and he's cruising right now. 3 innings, 2 strikeouts, no walks.
And it actually looks like he's starting to throw a couple of pitches in the bullpen. He's trying to make sure he's not too loose or getting too stiffed up, as we're going to have a pitching change. The second of the inning, with 2 outs and the bases loaded, facing the leadoff hitter, E.J. Royal. We'll tell you who the new righty is after this. Now batting, it's E.J. Royal, and he will face the new pitcher, Sam Young. 6'2", 200-pound righty out of San Mateo. Currently plays for the Richmond Spiders, where he had 11 appearances. And those 11 appearances, he threw 9 innings, gave up 6 hits, 7 earned runs, 12 strikeouts to his 10 walks. Royal getting his second at-bat of the inning. Takes ball 1 inside 93 miles an hour. I think that's the fastest pitch we've seen here at Sinsheimer all summer long by either the Blues or the opposing team. Here's the 1-0. Called strike. Similar spot, but clips the zone at 92 miles an hour.
Seeing that velo uptick as we get deeper in that bullpen. Egbert had some nice velo too. Sitting in the low 90s as well.
The 1-1 slapped foul. Royal just threw the hands out there at that 94 mile an hour fastball. 3 fastballs, 93, 92, and 94 in that order, velo for the new pitcher, Young, heading into his second year with the Spiders. He's ahead in the count 1-2 and gets Royal swinging. 95 miles an hour, climbing the ladder and getting E.J. Royal to swing. But the damage is done. The Blues score 5 runs on 2 hits and strand the bases loaded. They lead it by 5 as I'll pass it over to my man on my left, Nate Mills, for the rest of the game.
Most, Bose, and Johnston due up for the Menlo Park Legends in the top half of the fourth inning. Blues put up a 5 spot in the bottom half of the third. They now lead 5-0 over Menlo, and Hunter Hammond comes back out there for his fourth inning of work. From the windup, first pitch, misses high for ball 1.
Hammond had about a 35-minute break over there while the Blues scored 5 runs.
It was such a long break that he threw some warm-up pitches as well as time is called at home plate. And manager for the Legends exchanging some words with the third base umpire. Not sure what the issue is, but, I mean, he's had a handful of delays so far. Kind of getting in his grill right now.
The pitching coach is also out there, who has been acting as the manager, at least with the substitutions for the pitcher. Looks like it's not a friendly discussion.
Your hometown team at bluesbaseball.com.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's being said. I don't know if the manager was just trying to get clarification on something. Now Dean Traynor comes out for the Blues to try to figure out what on earth is going on.
Yeah, and the head coach for the Legends has grouped up about 7 or 8 guys and is saying something to them. We might be able to tell you what he's saying.
Well, if we can jog your memory back to last night's game, it ended with some chirping from Cade O'Hara, who was the closing pitcher for the Blues, yelling something over at the Menlo Park dugout. And I'm wondering if that's continuing over to today. I don't think Cuccia would have said anything over at third base to start anything. I don't think Brody Miller at catcher would either. So a weird moment as we're trying to get underway here in the top of the fourth. 5-0 Blues game. An hour and 15 minutes in on this Sunday afternoon. As Hammond comes from the windup, 1-0. Pitch just missing inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Dane Most hit the first Legends base hit of the afternoon, a single in the first inning with 2 outs. 1 for 3 yesterday, as Most sends it right back up the middle and an easy play for Strittmatter at second base for the first out of the inning. Soft hit line drive right to Strittmatter. There's 1 gone in the fourth.
Now, that'd be pretty great. Rescue race guys, come on out now.
So now it's James Bose, who followed up Most's base hit in the first with a single of his own. A 1 for 4 day yesterday with a double. Playing shortstop and cleaning it up today for the Legends. First pitch, high and tight for ball 1. Bose played Division I baseball at Loyola Marymount this past season, and after an underwhelming year, hitting 129 on the batting average, now is in the transfer portal. This one's drilled high in the air, but foul down the left field line. A long strike 1 moves the count to 1 ball and 1 strike to Bose.
That ball was annihilated just a little early and a little off the hands, but a foul ball home run for him, and just got to go back out there and pretend like it didn't happen. It's just a strike. Straightens
this out a little bit, but it's a high fly ball to left center. Royal with a lot of range makes the grab for the second out of the inning. It's a lot of real estate E.J. Royal had to cover out there in center field. I thought Alves might have had a better beat on it, but Royal comes in with the snag.
Well, Royal is a guy who can cover a lot of ground, and we see it every day in batting practice. He's in the third group for the Blues. It's the smallest. There's just 5 or 6 guys. But during those first 2 groups, he's out there in center field, usually with 1 other guy, and he is just tracking balls down that are hit in the gaps, trying to pick up the ball as soon as it's hit and make a good jump.
First pitch to Johnston is a called strike on the outer half. Ben Johnston committed to Cal State East Bay to play for the Pioneers next year. Just spent his past 2 seasons at Ohlone Community College like many other players on this Menlo Park team. Here's the 0-1. He swings and hits a lazy grounder to the second baseman Strittmatter, who gobbles it up and flips it over to first in time. And the side is retired. 3 up, 3 down to the top of the fourth. Blues lead 5-0, heading to the home half of the frame, as brought to you by Ancient Owl Beer Garden. Fourth inning is brought to you by our friends at Ancient Owl Beer Garden and Bottle Shop, your go-to spot for every Blues road game. Located just around the corner from Sinsheimer, Ancient Owl is the official home of the Blues Watch Party all season long. Ancient Owl, choose your beer wisely. Sam Ardois, Don Jordan, and Mason Ashlock due up in this frame. Blues up 5-0 over the Menlo Park Legends. Off a 5 spot in the third inning, the Blues put up 5 runs on just 2 hits in that frame. A lot of walks, too. Here's Ardois on the 0-1. And Sam leaves that pitch low and outside for ball 1.
Ardois had one of those 2 hits. It was an RBI single, the first run of the inning that the Blues recorded.
Sam 1 for 2 after that single today. 1-1. Ardois late on the fastball, popped it up and out of play on the right side for strike 2. How about 95 coming at you at the hands of Sam Ardois? And without a doubt, the hardest throwing pitcher the Blues have seen all summer. So a new challenge presenting itself for this offense. Long hold on the 1-2 to Ardois. From the windup, and Sam hits it off the hands, playable in the infield in the air. Third baseman Most gets called off by the pitcher, Sam Young. And we've talked about it before, a big no-no in baseball, letting your pitcher make that play. Most did everything he could, screaming, "I got it." We could hear it all the way up in the press box. But Young just shoved him aside and said, "No, I can take this one."
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of unwritten rules of the game of baseball, but that is one of the many that just should not happen. Especially, like, there was plenty of time for, honestly, the second baseman could have came in and got that ball. There's that much time up in the air, but wanted to show off the glove.
Don Jordan off the hands, squeaks it into center field for a base hit. Jordan records his first base knock of the day following a strikeout and a hit by pitch. Runner at first now with 1 out.
Just a handsy swing. Probably one of the softest hit singles Don Jordan's going to have all summer long. But he just squirted it right back up the middle and was able to record a 1-out hit for the Blues and maybe get the party started after a big third inning. Why not get some more in the fourth?
Here's Mason Ashlock, who's also hitless today. A walk in the second. He stole a bag on an excellent jump and struck out swinging in the third inning. First pitch. Ashlock watches it bounce in front of home plate. Jordan takes a nice jump over to second base. Slides feet first safely for the stolen bag.
That stolen base means another fast feet seat push.
Good jump from Don Jordan, catching the break out of the hand of the pitcher Sam Young. Cartwright kept it in front. Couldn't get it off in time. Jordan's at second base. So here's Ashlock with another insurance run. Over at second and Jordan. 1-0. Ashlock watches the changeup in there for a strike. Mason entering today's game. 4 walks to his 4 strikeouts. That's still even with a strikeout and a walk today. 1-1. Ashlock hits a hard bouncing ball up the middle, and it goes under the glove of Feliciano at second base. Jordan rounds third, and he comes in to score. RBI base hit Mason Ashlock, and the Blues extend 6-0 over the Legends.
All cups are provided courtesy of our friends at Injectors Direct, and the fabulous special effects are brought to you by Club Canada.
A really good piece of hitting by Ashlock. Back-to-back hits that honestly were not hit all that hard, but the Blues just find the right spot. That one trickled into the outfield, and Jordan with his plus speed at second base able to come home easily.
It really is a sub 6.5 60-yard dash for Don Jordan as Brendan Comerford gets clipped by a fastball on the back foot, a hit by pitch. So immediately following the RBI single from Ashlock, Comerford is hit by a pitch.
Only a matter of time before we see the pitching coach for the Menlo Park Legends come out and talk to his righty Young.
No kidding.
And it looks like there's a lefty getting loose in the bullpen for the Legends.
And for Comerford, he's hit by the 6th pitch this summer. That leads the team by a long shot. Runners on first and second now for Brady Alves, who has walked twice today. With 1 out, here's the pitch. And Alves watch the fastball in the outer half for strike 1. Brady came into this game with just 2 hits on the season, trying to find his stroke, trying to find a good pitch selection, been missing a lot of offerings. But with the way he has been walking, you can't help but think the baseball gods will reward him in some way. Pitch misses low. Cartwright keeps it in front. He's done a nice job there today defensively. 1 ball and 1 strike to Alves.
We mentioned a couple of times about spin rate. We don't have the numbers on the induced break, horizontal and vertical yet, but only 2,200 RPMs on the fastball. It's a little low, which tells me that the 95-mile-an-hour fastball is probably pretty flat.
The 1-1. And Alves skies it in the air off to the right. Won't be playable for the first baseman, Johnston. 1-2 now to Brady Alves as he looks to straighten out this next offering.
It's tough getting up there, even if it might be flat. I'm not seeing 94, 95 all season long. So Alves is just figuring out the timing right there, able to time up that one and foul it off. Now just has to get a little bit earlier so he can straighten it out.
Comerford at first, Ashlock at second with 1 out. Blues up 5-0. Here's the 1-1. And Alves buckles on a slider that misses high. Two balls and 2 strikes to Brady Alves. Redshirted his first season at Butte Community College this past year. Ready for action in the fall. The 2-2. Alves pokes it straight back. We'll do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Able to make contact with that one as well, but that swing told me that he's not really seeing it well out of the hand because he was leaning at that pitch. He kind of just had to throw the barrel on it to make contact with it. So he needs to try to read it out of the hand of Young a little bit better so that he can barrel one up.
We just saw a pretty good breaking ball too, and fastball immediately after that. He chokes up on the 2-2 count. Here's the pitch. And Alves hits it to the third baseman, Most, who taps third and throws it over to first in time. Alves got a little confused on second base. He's forced out at third in a double play to end the bottom of the 4th inning. Blues tack on another, though. An RBI single from Mason Ashlock makes it 6-0 San Luis Obispo. Heading to the 5th on Slow Blues Streaming Network. Legends here in the top of the 5th inning. Hunter Hammond back out there for another inning of work in what is now a 6-0 ball game. Cole Curtis takes the slider in the upper half for strike 1. Hammond's looked good in this game so far, has yet to allow a walk, 2 strikeouts, 3 hits, and no runs. Another sweeper misses high. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Cole Curtis. Curtis retired in the 2nd inning, a part of the 3-pitch, 3-out frame for Hunter Hammond. You don't see that too often. 1-1 is flared off to the right and out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Curtis, the right fielder batting 6th today for the Legends. In an inning that started out with some chirps to Caden Cuccia over at third base, ended with a Mason Ashlock RBI single to extend the Blues lead. 6-0, 1-2. Pitch is poked the opposite way. Jordan racing down the right field line. It's falling fast, and it barely drops in for a base hit. Rounding first, heading into second base is Cole Curtis with the head first slide. A leadoff double for the Legends in the 5th inning gets things going. Not much you can do there if you're Don Jordan. You got all the speed in the world, but that ball was just perfectly placed in the right field corner, tight roping that right field chalk. And the leadoff double, first extra base hit of the day for the Legends.
Not much you can do if you're Jordan. We saw the plus speed in the top half of the inning when he rounded third or bottom half of the 4th, I should say, when he came home and scored that one, just tailing away from him.
So now it'll be a pinch hitter for Ryan Cartwright, it looks like. First pitch is drilled but fouled down the left field line. Looks like this is Blake Cowens. DH'd and caught the last 2 games for the Legends. So Ryan Cartwright's day is done after just getting 1 plate appearance. There's a fly out to Alves in left field. So Cowens now with a runner at second base, trailing by 6. Pitch is softly hit into left center, and it falls fast, and it falls for a base hit. Green light for Cole Curtis rounding third. He'll score easily. Back-to-back singles for the Legends. Their first run of the ball game.
Not a well-hit ball, but a perfectly placed ball. This touchdown in the outfield grass. There was no play at home. Legends strike back in the 5th.
Here's Jordan Stuckey, the DH, batting 8th. 0 for 1 on the day. First pitch is a hanging slider hitting the outer half for strike 1. Stuckey in the transfer portal after JUCO career at Ohlone, NCAA career at Maryville University. 0-1. Half swing, they appeal to first. He went around absolutely for strike 2.
Good bounce back. Throw 2 pitches right out over the plate, get 2 swings after giving up back-to-back hits and giving up the first run in the game. Hammond's looked pretty good thus far. See if he can hone it in here in the 5th.
There's a left-hander getting loose in that Blues bullpen. This one's popped up to left field. Alves tries to square it up. He backpedals a bit, makes the flat-footed grab for the first out of the inning. Stuckey barely missed that fastball by a millimeter. A high-flying fly ball to Alves. Tough play to make, honestly, out and left with the way the crosswinds blow. We talk about it ad nauseum, but it's really a legitimate concern playing outfield. It's hard to play here at Sinsheimer. So now it's the 9-hole hitter Quincy Vaya. Left fielder who's 0 for 1 today. First pitch, a sweeper misses outside, 1-0. Vaya from Marymount University, a native of Springfield, Virginia, coming all the way from the DMV area to play some summer baseball, and he loves it. A 1-0. Vaya with a big hack at that curveball for strike 1. You're coming from a place where I would imagine today it's like 80 degrees, and then with humidity it's like 95.
Yeah.
Pretty moderate weather here in California. The 1-1. Vaya leaves it in the dirt, 2 balls and a strike.
It's usually the opposite here, especially on the Central Coast. It's 68 and sunny, but the wind's going to make it feel like it's the low 60s. But for baseball, not bad weather at all.
Absolutely not. I'll take this any day of the week. 2-1. Vaya watches a sweeper frisbeeing outside, 3 balls and a strike.
As a player, would you rather play in weather like this or 80 and humid, where the ball might fly a little bit better because it's warmer, but think about it, same ballpark.
Yeah.
And just one here or one in like DMV area.
3-1. Vaya walks, ball 4. Runners on first and second now for the Legends. Here's the thing. I have played in both.
Yeah.
But as a former outfielder, I cannot stand wind at all. Any sort of wind always messed with me playing in the field. It even messed with me in the batter's box. It would throw off my focus. But again, I've played in humidity too, and that's just miserable.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. You run down to first, and you don't normally get tired, but after a couple of times, you're panting like a dog. Like, am I out of shape? No, I'm just breathing water.
Yeah, it's a tough balance between those two, because usually where it's more humid, there's less wind.
Right.
So
Also, where it's more humid, you're going to get more bipolar weather too. Because I would have games where it'd be humid and look like this, but then the clouds come in and then rain all of a sudden, and then lightning, and then, wait, is that frozen rain? And then it goes away.
Yeah.
That's DC kind of in a nutshell for you.
You just never know.
So now another pinch hitter for Degler, who after a 1-for-2 day is done. It's Landry, the leadoff hitter for the past 2 afternoons for the Legends, back in action here in the 5th inning. Legends emptying the bench here as we're just about halfway through at Sinsheimer Stadium. 1-0. Landry watches the changeup low and inside, 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, really unloading it as Rabago, who started at second the last 2 nights, is standing on deck.
Just kind of reverting back to the lineup you've had the past 2 nights. Landry on the 2-0, takes all the way, and it's a called strike.
I guess you get your other guys a couple of at-bats, and then you get the starters back out there to try to mount a comeback. It is summer ball, and get everyone some reps.
The 2-1. Landry swings and hits a grounder up the middle. No one will have a play on it. Runner from third, and Cowens will score. An RBI single from Isaiah Landry makes it a 6-2 ball game. Third base hit of the inning for the Legends. They had 3 in the past 4 frames coming into this inning. And now here is that aforementioned pinch hitter in Austin Rabago. Runners at first and second, 6-2 ball game. Top of the 5th inning at Sinsheimer. Rabago leaves the first pitch outside, ball 1.
Stringing together some good at-bats, some hits here in this inning. Clawing away at this lead that the Blues have. They still have a 4-run lead, but it's in bang range now.
1-0. Rabago with a slow roll to third. Cuchilla's got it, makes the throw on the run, a little offline, and Comerford takes his foot off the bag. We've seen Comerford have some nice stretches over at first base as a primary third baseman. But that one from Cuchilla just a little too wide, keeps the inning up.
That's a tough one for Cuchilla. He had no play at first. He tried to throw it on the run. I would have liked to see him stop his momentum and make the throw. I think he had plenty of time and just rushed it by having to throw on the run, forced Cuchilla off the base. First error of the game today for the Blues. Again, that magical number is 2. If you could be under 2, the Blues have been a little more successful when it comes to wins and losses.
So Dean Trainer will go to his bullpen. Hunter Hammond's day is done, and we'll introduce you to the new pitcher right after this. Blues up 6-2 over the Legends with 1 out in the 5th on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. Riley Marcotte in to replace Hunter Hammond with the bases loaded in the top of the 5th inning for the Menlo Park Legends. Just one out in the frame. New lefter coming in for the Blues. First pitch is in there for a strike to Dane Most at 87 miles an hour. Blues trying to get out of the jam. They're up by 4 runs against the Legends after a 5-run frame in the bottom half of the third. They tacked on another from a Mason Ashlock RBI single the inning before, and they're trying to keep that lead at bay with a new left-hander, 0-1. And Most sends that one in the air the opposite way and foul. No balls and 2 strikes to Most, the third baseman who's 1 for 2 today. A single in the first, recorded the first Legends base hit of the afternoon, and lined out to the second baseman's strip motto. Via at third, Landry at second, Rabago at first. Deep sigh on the 0-2. Popped up again and fouled off to the right out of play. We'll do it again at no balls and 2 strikes.
Hunter Hammond had a pretty good outing, 4 1/3, gave up 6 hits, 2 strikeouts, and a walk. The runs are yet to be determined, as he is responsible for 2 of the 3 base runners, because the runner at first reached via error, wouldn't go towards his earned run mark. We'll see if the lefty Marcotte can get out of it for the Blues.
The 0-2. Missing outside. Miller does a nice job keeping it in front. And a spiked changeup for ball 1. Most this past season with the Reveres at Iowa Western. In 27 hits, drove in 16 runs. Here's the 1-2. This one taken on the lower half for strike 3.
That strikeout means it's time for more.
Riley Marcotte paints the bottom of the zone and gets Most to go down looking. A huge out for the Blues in the 5th.
The marketing table to claim your prize.
A good start to his outing. Like you mentioned, a big out. Try to keep the lead at 4 going into the bottom of the 5th inning would be ideal.
Now it's James Bowes with the bases loaded. 2 outs, Legends trailing by 4 to the Blues. The first pitch, missing low and outside, ball 1. Bowes 1 for 2 today. A single in the first and a pop out to Royal in center field in the third. Will Anderson sits on deck for the Menlo Park Legends. 1-0. Pitch down the heart of the plate for a strike.
Just trying to get out of this inning, as I mentioned. Already have 2 runs across, the Legends do. And Marcotte, a different look, a lefty who throws a little bit harder than Hammond, working from the other side of the rubber, so a completely different look. I'm just trying to hold it here.
1-1. Skipping outside, 2 balls and a strike. James Bowes from San Jose, California, entering his senior season. 1 more year left of eligibility after 2 years with West Valley College and a year at Loyola Marymount with the Lions. Had a pretty crazy JUCO career. First team All-Conference twice. Second team All-State his sophomore year. Pitch bounces on top of home plate. Count moves to 3 balls and a strike.
What a job by Blake Gregory. That's 3 balls he's blocked in the last 2 at-bats, and that have kept the runners right where they are rather than giving up an extra 90 and another run here in the 5th.
Bases loaded with Legends. Via at third, Landry at second, and Rabago at first. Blues up 6-2 in the top of the 5th. Here's the 3-1. Pitch is hit high in the air, playable in the infield. The shortstop Artois calls everyone off and makes the one-handed grab to retire the side. Legends finally get some runs on the board. It's 6-2 Blues halfway through at Sinsheimer on the Slow Blues streaming
The
network.
horses are standing at the right.
New pitcher for the Legends coming on the bullpen. It's a southpaw, Evan Mole, the big left-hander who saw the Blues on Friday night. Makes his return to the rubber here at Sinsheimer on this Sunday afternoon after the Legends scratched a couple of runs on the board. Top of the 5th inning, they scored 2 runs, all of them earned on 3 hits, and an error with 3 runners left on base. So it's Brody Miller leading it off for the Blues. Miller's first pitch swinging and sends it up and out of play for strike 1. Brody today 1 for 2, a 2 RBI double in the 3rd, his first extra base hit of the summer, and a strikeout looking in the 2nd. Standing on deck, it's Sean Strittmatter, 0 for 1 today. Miller watches the fastball in the outer half for a strike. 0-2 count now for Brody Miller. The pitch. Miller watches a slider sputter high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Brody, a former Mountain West MVP his senior season at Rigetti High School, right here in Santa Maria. Played his first season of college baseball at Sonoma State. He just redshirted there, and then a year at Mendocino Community College last year. Pitch is sent straight back and off to the right of us in the press box. We'll do it again at a ball and 2 strikes. Miller, a pretty solid year with the Eagles at Mendocino College. 286 average, a 307 on base percentage, a 308 slugging. 2 extra base hits in his 26 base hits. They were both doubles. The 1-2. Miller watches another slider high. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. 6'4" catcher and 185 pounds, entering his redshirt sophomore season at Mendocino College.
Not a typical height for a catcher.
No. 2-2. Miller watches another high pitch, fills it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes, and a nice at bat from Brody Miller to move the count full.
Usually when you see a catcher of that stature, they also play first base as a secondary, but as far as we're concerned, that's not something Brody Miller really does.
Yeah, we have never seen Miller play first base for the Blues, at least. Here's the payoff. Miller hits it high in the air to left field. Vaya, with a couple shuffles back, makes the grab, and I think that's a new left fielder, Isaiah Landry, now playing left field for the Legends. There was a slew of replacements coming in from Menlo Park when they were on offense, and now we're seeing that here on defense.
Yeah, it's going to be Landry and left, Vaya in center. So he moves from left to center, and then Rabago will play second. It's Will Anderson over at first base.
Sean Strittmatter, 0 for 1 day. Sean watches the first pitch changeup for a strike.
And then Blake Cowens calling the pitches behind the dish. So 5 defensive replacements already. We're about halfway through this game.
Here's the 0-1 to Strittmatter, and Sean hits it off the hands and sends it straight back for strike 2. Sean's the second baseman, batting 8th today for the Blues. We hadn't seen him since the game against the Santa Maria Indians a couple weeks ago. Finally getting an opportunity here in an oversaturated infield. A lot of options for Dean Traynor. And a big game for Strittmatter, trying to earn himself a starting spot on this team. 0-2. And Sean leaves the 4-seamer high, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That has been a common theme. 0-2 high fastball. We've seen it almost every time the Legends have been in an 0-2 count in today's ball game. Whether it's Cartwright or Cowens calling it, it's just what they've been going to.
And it makes sense. The Blues hitters have been chasing it. The 1-2. Strittmatter goes down swinging. 7th strikeout of the day for the Blues offense, and it comes in the 5th inning with 2 outs now.
The strikeout patterns are so weird. 16 against the Stompers on Tuesday, then 3 on Wednesday, 15 on Friday, then 2 yesterday, and now they already have 7, like I mentioned, about halfway through this game. So they're on pace for about 14 strikeouts in today's game. They just keep flip-flopping between really low strikeout numbers and really high strikeout numbers.
I guess we just have to compare every other game as Cuccia almost gets hit by the slider. 1-0.
I did tell you yesterday during one of the breaks, though, I don't care if they strike out 27 times as long as they win the game.
Right.
And I guess it doesn't really matter how many times you strike out. And the Blues are winning right now, which is a thing that has not happened when they've struck out 16 and 15 times.
6-2 game. Here's the 1-0. Cuccia leaves that pitch high. 2 balls and no strikes. Blues put up 5 runs in the third and extra insurance in the fourth from an RBI single from Ashlock. Legends put up their first 2 in the top half of this inning. 2-0. Cuccia spits on that one in the dirt. 3 balls and no strikes. Caden with a pretty nice season at Kenyatta College, his first year of college ball. 302 average, a 439 on base percentage, and Ryan talked about earlier how good the on base percentages for Cuccia is this summer. Carrying that over from his time with the Colts.
Started this game at 418 and has drawn 2 walks, so that number is going up, probably around 440, 450.
Pitch is in there for a strike, taking all the way on a 3-0 count. And Cuccia, those 2 walks today, as Ryan said, stole a bag in the third inning and came around to score in that fateful third inning as well, where the Blues put up 5 runs. Leadoff man E.J. Royal stands on deck. Here's the 3-1. Cuccia takes it on the outer half for a called strike.
We're actually looking at 476 for that on-base percentage in this summer. 21 plate appearances, 8 walks.
It's pretty good. Left-hander comes set at the belt. Mole delivers on the payoff. Cuccia goes down swinging. Elevated fastball once again, and Caden Cuccia chases it for the 8th strikeout of the day for the Blues. Blues go quietly in the bottom half of the 5th. They're still up 6-2 over the Legends, heading into the 6th. Slow boost inning network.
Signals.
Will Anderson, Cole Curtis, and Blake Cowens due up in the top half of the 6th inning. Blues up 6-2 over the Menlo Park Legends, and it's Riley Marcotte back out there for his 2nd inning of work. Marcotte in the transfer portal after a couple of seasons at the University of Louisiana Lafayette, so him and Sam Ardois coming in on a package deal to the Central Coast this year. Here he is, wide stance in the windup, waiting for Anderson to dig in the box. Here's the first pitch to Will, and Anderson takes it for strike 1.
First time we've got to see Marcotte in the stretch, and I mentioned the connection. It's how a lot of Blues players come out here. They just know guys who have played for the Blues before, maybe playing, and they're like, come along with me, man. It's a good time.
0-1. Anderson swings and spins it out of play into the Menlo Park bullpen. 1 ball and 1 strike to Will Anderson, who pinch hit for Ben Johnston, who just got 1 at bat in this game. Anderson grounded out to the second baseman Strittmatter the first time he was up off the bench. 0-2. Missing well outside. Brody Miller keeps it in front. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Anderson. Cole Curtis remains in this game. He started in right field, and he stands on deck behind Will. 1-2 count to the left-hander going to Santa Clara University in the fall. From the windup, here's the pitch. Anderson off the hand, spins it through the 5-5 hole, a base knock. Leadoff single for the Legends. That's their 6th of the day, and it comes in the top of the 6th inning.
Number 22.
Just Will Anderson's 2nd hit of the entire series. The Blues have been able to hold a man with an .800 slugging this last season at Ohlone to just those 2 knocks.
I'll never stop talking about that, by the way. As long as we play the Legends.
It's just disgusting.
Yeah. There's Cole Curtis, 1 for 2 day, a double in the 5th inning, and came around to score on a Cowers RBI single. First pitch is a nicely placed 4-seam on the outer half, strike 1. Curtis is an outfielder committed to Eastern New Mexico State and another Ohlone College Renegade. The 0-1, missing outside. Miller reaches into the other batter's box. 1 ball and a strike to Cole Curtis, who is renowned for his great defense out in center field. He's playing right today, but with the Renegades this past spring, was flashing the leather rather frequently. The 1-1, high and outside, 2 balls and a strike now. Curtis can fly too. It's hard to have good defense and not have good speed. A 6.5 second 60-yard dash. Well above average for the Division I college level. He's playing D2 ball in Eastern New Mexico State. 2-1. Skipping on top of home plate. Nice job by Miller once again to body it up. 3 balls and a strike now. And Curtis had a double today. He had 3 doubles this past season at Ohlone College. 6 career ones with the Renegades. And 265 batting average, a 338 slugging, and 395 on base percentage. Redshirt junior from Albany, California. Standing in at 6'2", 185 pounds. Runner on first base, and his team trailing by 4 to the Blues in the top of the 6th. Here's the 3-1, and Curtis swings and sends it straight back into the netting for strike 2. Full count now to Cole Curtis. Curious to see Riley Marcotte's best pitch he's got. 3-2 count, trying to challenge the right fielder with the best stuff in his pocket. Infield slightly shifted to the righty's pull side. The payoff. Changeup hit right back up the middle. Leaping is Strittmatter, but he can't make the grab. Nice single from Cole Curtis, his 2nd base hit of the day, and back-to-back singles to lead off the 6th inning for the Legends.
Legends got something rolling, and that means action in the Blues bullpen. It's a righty getting loose.
We'll update you on that right-hander, but for now, Blake Cowens comes in for his 2nd plate appearance of the day. And Cowens came in to replace Ryan Cartwright, who was having a pretty solid day behind the dish. Was 0 for 1 on offense. He only had 1 plate appearance as a fly ball to left field to Alves, which was hit pretty well in the first pitch. Then Cowens came in and drove in a run on his single in the 5th inning.
Cowens has been one of the more impressive hitters this weekend. Had a hit yesterday, 2 hits on Friday.
First pitch And Cowens watches the fastball in the lower half of the zone for strike one. Blake hails from Foster City, California. Just played one season of JUCO ball, and I shouldn't even say played. He redshirted his year at Skyline Community College and now is with the Flames at University of Illinois, Chicago. Pitched well outside, 1-1. His first season with the Flames, played in 14 games, only started in 4, a .267 batting average. 8 hits, one of them for extra bases. It was a double. Drove in 8 at the Division I level, playing in the Midwest. Peak at second. Double time, now the 1-1. And Cowan sends it straight back, a ball and 2 strikes. Ryan and I talked about his favorite pastime, which is rom-coms and cookie dough ice cream. Can't blame him. Have I converted you yet, Ryan, on rom-coms?
No.
You got to tap into that.
To be fair, since we talked about it on Friday, I haven't had any time to watch a rom-com.
That's fair.
But I don't know if I'm going to make the time.
Oh, come on, man. At least Crazy Stupid Love. 1-2. Cowens drills it back up the middle. Royal charges and won't get there. Blooping single, 3rd hit in a row for the Legends, and the bases are now loaded as the throw comes into home. So you know why he found some real estate, Ryan.
Why?
He's fueled by cookie dough ice cream, and he's tapped into his heart with rom-coms.
That was an emotional base hit back up
Sure
the middle.
was. Dean Traynor heads out to talk to the home plate umpire. This meeting at the mound ensues. And it looks like there will be a new arm trying to communicate the replacement for Riley Marcotte, who made his Blues debut this afternoon. He's taking his time down the first base line as he now heads over to the mound and meets up with Brody Miller right in front of him. A pitcher that was getting hot in the pen, the right-hander, is hanging around in the dugout waiting for the signal. And Dean, as we've said, using that old school tactic of maybe icing the hitter and Jordan Stuckey. Still no motion from Traynor, who's standing at the huddle on the mound. Idling at home plate, Jordan Stuckey, standing there all by himself, and it looks like Stuckey is getting pinch hit for as well. That's actually Will Robbins from Princeton University there. So Stuckey's day is done after 2 plate appearances. A grounder back to the pitcher and Hammond, and a pop out to the left fielder Alves. Concludes his day, and now it's Robbins, who started yesterday as well. He batted 4th for the Legends and went hitless. An 0 for 4 day, reached on error, and he walked in the 6th. Didn't score any runs as well. So now Will Robbins, now DHing with runners at 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, bases loaded for the Legends. Still no outs in the top of the 6th inning. The pitch. Robbins watches it go inside for ball 1. Real sticky situation here for the Blues. Bases loaded with Legends. Well within slam range. 1-0. Bounces off the mid of Miller behind home plate. Strike 1 though. A grand slam here ties the game. And be honest, never seen a grand slam here at Sinsheimer Stadium. Rarely see home runs at the ballpark. Robbins didn't have any long balls this past season. 1-1, he checks his swing. They appeal to first. He didn't go around on the changeup. 2 balls and a strike now.
Huge strikeout situation for Marcotte. Traynor showing some confidence in the kid. Try to get out of this jam that he created.
That's why you play summer ball right, get these kinds of reps. The 1-1. Robbins swings, puts it in play. The shortstop, Ardois, bobbles it, flips it to second for 1, but sliding into the bag was Cowens, taking out Stripmatter, and they'll say Cowens is safe. A little confused. So Cowens is out.
I think what he's signaling is he keeps signaling out and then safe, out and then safe. I think he's signaling out, but no interference at second because the runner is in the dugout. Either that or the safe call was in the exchange, maybe.
Drop the baseball.
Yeah, but he's signaling that he's out and then on the exchange. What Dean is probably arguing is that he slid into the legs of his second baseman and gave him no opportunity to throw the ball to first.
Yeah, that's old school. That was spikes in the air right into the quad of Stripmatter at second base. Dean Traynor doesn't like it one bit. Oh, how the times have changed, though. Back when he was playing, guys were throwing shoulders at second base.
Not even when he was playing. I mean, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when I was growing up watching baseball, every time there would be a ground ball double play, my favorite player when I was young was Joe Panic.
Yeah.
So whenever Joe Panic would get a toss from Crawford, I'd be like, oh my God, please don't kill him.
Well, the most recent play I think about, too, is in the regionals at Eugene when Oregon was playing Utah Valley in that game.
Yeah.
The runner from coming in from third on an RBI single for Oregon didn't even try to touch home plate, just football through a shoulder at the catcher for Utah Valley. That runner was then ejected from the game in the 9th inning and wasn't allowed to play a day later. And the trainer still wants an explanation. Not quite sure what he's asking for here, though.
The only thing I could think of is asking for that to be called interference and getting the out at first base as well. But I mean, that would have all been avoided if Sam Marjoie just didn't bobble the ball. Another error. You're not going to go as an error, but it's another error that the Blues end up might costing them a run.
So now one out off the force out at second base. And a tough slide from Blake Cowens. Now it's Quincy Vaya up with runners at first and third. A 6-3 game in the sixth. Pitch bounces in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes to Vaya. And Quincy is hitless today. A walk in the 5th. He was stranded at third base. And a ground ball out to Cuccia at third, who made a dazzling play there. 1-0. Vaya leaves this low offering as well. 2 balls and no strikes. Vaya from Marymount. 3 great years with the Saints there. Was named All-Conference first team his sophomore and junior years at Marymount. 2-0. This one gets underneath the legs of Miller. He can't find it. Good jump over at first base from Robbins, and he's into second safely.
There's a wild pitch. It's the first one of the day for the Blues. The Blues have given up, I should say. And it moves the runner into scoring position, gets rid of your double play opportunity, and now Marcotte has an opportunity or a decision to make whether he wants to face Villa or the leadoff hitter Landry.
2 runners in scoring position. Tying run at the plate, the 3-0. Pitch is taken on the outer half for a strike. Legends looking for hit number 10 on the afternoon in the top half of the 6th inning. Just over halfway through this game, just about the 2-hour mark. 3-1. High bouncing ball to the shortstop Ardois, who picks it on the backhand, flings it across to first, and the throw is not in time as it hits off the glove of Comerford. 2 runs coming to score for the Legends. They've brought it within 1. Infield base hit, scores 2 for Menlo Park.
A good backhand by Ardois. I would have loved to see him just eat that up. There was not much he was going to be able to do. It was a long throw all the way across the diamond, and even if it was on the money, it still would have probably been late. It's going to go as a hit and then an error.
So all of a sudden, a 4-6 ball game. The Blues lead by 2. And it should be a 5-6 ball game. And a new noodle for San Luis Obispo. Marcotte's day is done. Blues up by 1 against the Menlo Park Legends. We'll introduce you to the new arm after this on Slow Boost Streaming Network. Isaiah Landry, the leadoff man for the Menlo Park Legends, and a new pitcher, Zach Savino, replacing Riley Marcotte, runner on first base. 6-5 game, the Blues lead. Landry showed bunt, then pulled it back, took it for strike one. Isaiah, a recent commit to the University of San Francisco after a couple of years at Alabama State with the Hornets. 0-1. Runner takes off to second. Brody throws down to second base. The tag is not in time. Stolen bag for Quincy Villa puts another runner in scoring position for the Legends.
Pretty good throw, just a little high. Stripmatter tried to slap that tag on as quick as he could. But just a little too late to get the speedy Villa.
3-run inning for the Menlo Park Legends. They have brought it within one against the San Luis Obispo Blues. Here's the 1-1. Landry leaves it low and outside. 2 balls and a strike. The 2-1. Landry spins this one into the Legends dugout. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Savino just graduated from Atascadero High School. 6'1", 180-pound right-hander. Finished his senior season with the Greyhounds with a 2.33 earned run average. 18 strikeouts in 15 innings pitched. Landry with a high bouncing ball on the left side. It'll be foul. And we've seen Savino pitch before. Impressive velocity for a rising freshman. That one coming in at 89 miles an hour to Landry, who recorded an RBI base hit the last time he was up in the 5th. And time is called. Looks like a plyo ball might have reached the field. A pitcher warming down there in the Legends bullpen, warming up, accidentally launched a weighted ball onto the field. Small delay there, so he takes his time to get it. And now we're ready to go. Runners are on second. That's the tying run over there. And Quincy Villa. Here's Landry on the 2-2. Leaves it low, fills it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Another righty getting loose in the Blues bullpen. It's the 6th pitcher we've seen in this ball game combined between both sides. Payoff. Landry, high bouncer to Cuccia at third. Launches it over to first and barely in time to retire the speedy Landry for the second out of the inning.
Cuccia had to wait for that one to come down, but then pumped it in his glove. He didn't really have time for that and made it a much closer play than it needed to be.
Try to size it up on the big bounce. Cuccia made up for it with a hard throw over to first base. Now it's Austin Rabago, who came in to hit for Emilio Feliciano back in the 5th inning. Rabago reached on error and was stranded on first in the 5th. Rabago also started in the first 2 games for the Blues, against the Blues in this series. First pitch to him, and Rabago leaves it inside, 1-0. Rabago entering his 4th season at Hendrix College with the Warriors. Last year, he batted .345 and 142 at-bats. 49 hits, driving in 36 runs. The 1-0. Rabago leaves a changeup in there for a strike. That season good enough to give him all SAA second team honors. It's the Southern Athletic Association where the Warriors play. Peak at second, the 1-1. Low and inside, Miller backhands it. 2 balls and a strike now. Blues up 6-5 over the Menlo Park Legends. Tying run over at second base. A 3-run inning for Menlo Park. Brings the score within 1. Menlo also recorded their 10th hit of the ballgame in this frame. 2-1. Rabago swings and pops it up on the left side. Cuccia on the third base line makes the grab. Ardois slid into his shins and knocked him down, but Cuccia comes up with it. Inning is over. The Legends bring it within 1 against the San Luis Obispo Blues. It's 6-5 heading into the bottom half of the 6th, which is brought to you by Educational Employees Credit Union.
Number 15. That's right, folks.
Leading off the inning for the Blues, it's E.J. Royal, followed by Ardois and Don Jordan. As I remind you that this inning is brought to you by Educational Employees Credit Union. Educational Employees Credit Union, proudly serving the Central Coast. EECU is located in Paso Robles and can be found at myeecu.org. Experience smarter banking at Educational Employees Credit Union.
E.J. Royal, the leadoff man for the Blues, steps in the bottom half of the 6th inning. A new ball game now. The Legends have brought it within 1, a 6-5 affair here in Game 3 of the weekend. Royal watches that pitch miss inside, 1 ball and a strike. E.J. hitless today. We got 2 at-bats when the Blues batted around in the 3rd inning. A walk and a strikeout there. Scored one of the 5 runs for San Luis Obispo and popped out to the first baseman, Johnston, at the time. Blues looking for some offense. The bottom half of the 6th. And a tighter ball game than they anticipated. The 1-1. And Royal watches the hanging breaking ball hit the outer half for a strike. Advantage Evan Mole in this at-bat against Royal. And a 1-2 count. The pitch. EJ swings and misses for strike 3. A drop 3rd strike. Throw over to first in plenty of time. Second strikeout of the day for E.J. Royal. There's 1 gone in the 6th inning. Blues have struck out 3 times in a row.
Not the E.J. Royal we're used to seeing in today's game. He has yet to record a hit, which, as I mentioned, odd for him. He didn't record a hit in yesterday's game either. Coming into that, he had recorded a 4-game hit streak to start his summer with the Blues. Excuse me, 4-game hit streak. No, 5-game hit streak. I'm all over the place, but it was a 5-game hit streak.
Here's Sam Ardois, the shortstop for San Luis Obispo. 1 of 3 this afternoon. And Sam leaves the first pitch high, ball 1. RBI single back in the 3rd inning. Hit it hard the opposite way over the first baseman, Johnston, who has since been replaced by Will Anderson. 1-0. Ardois hits a high fly ball to left field. Landry ranging to his right. He runs out of room, and it's gone! A moonshot for Sam Ardois extends the Blues lead, 7-5.
Spice! Sugar, spice, and everything nice!
Open up the rack!
Oh my God! Not what I expected out of Sam Ardois, but he lifted that thing up out of here and off the seat train and left.
That was a nuke.
Not at the ideal launch angle, but that thing just kept on going, man.
Take a look at that flag out in center field, folks. A jet stream home run for Sam Artois, the third long ball of the summer for the SLO Blues. Here's Jordan. First pitch missing high and outside to Don, 1 ball and no strikes. Don recorded a base hit back in the fourth, stole a bag, and came around to score on that RBI single from Mason Ashlock. Waggling his signature pink bomb bat, which isn't even his, 1-0. And Jordan pops this one up, high and playable in foul ground on the left side. Third baseman Most is under it, makes the grab.
Don Jordan tried to go back-to-back with that swing, but just dropped that back shoulder a little too much, swung up on the ball, popped it out to the in foul territory.
So with 2 outs, here's Mason Ashlock. Contributed to one of the 7 runs this afternoon with an RBI single in the fourth. And drove in the aforementioned Don Jordan. Sam Artois, a mammoth home run to left field in this inning to make it a 7-5 lead for the Blues.
We are, this is home game 9, 10? I think 10. This is game 12, and we had 2 games on the road. Mm-hmm. We saw 2 home runs all last year in 36 home games. We have 2 in the first 10.
1-0. Ashlock leaves it for the Birds, 2 balls and no strikes. You don't see those often here.
No, but last year, too, the wind blew in like every game.
Right.
And now it's been a constant right to left, which is a little bit easier. Still not easy, but a little easier to get it out.
2-0 pitch is in there for a strike. Ashlock doesn't agree with it. Moves to 2 balls and 1 strike.
And I don't blame him. I don't think it missed by much, but that outside part of the plate has not been a strike all day long, and it was to Ashlock there.
2-1. Ashlock, high pop fly, left side of the infield. Third baseman Most calls off Bose. Makes the grab for the second out of the inning, or third out of the inning. But not before Sam Artois hits a home run to left field, his first of the summer. Makes it a 7-5 lead for the Blues, heading to the 7th on the SLO Blues streaming network. Most leads it off for the Legends. It's Bose and Anderson following him after what is now a 7-5 game. Sam Artois showing off some power to left field.
Flex on him.
First home run in a Blues uniform. He played here last summer too. Not necessarily known for the power numbers. And Ryan and I were talking about how it caught a jet stream. I think it's a little unfair. It's hard to hit a home run here, jet stream or not. And that thing was long. There was no doubt. I mean, it was in the green C train out and left, which there's a few feet separating that fence from the cargo storage. Pitch missing outside to Most, leading it off this inning. 3-0 now from Savino.
I mean, this last year at ULL, he didn't hit a home run either. So that's his first home run since at least, I mean, high school probably.
Here's a leadoff walk to Most, third baseman here in the 7th inning. And we don't know how the fall went for him too. Those stats are not kept on record as well. That's a hard place to hit a home run too, though. ULL with all the moisture in the air.
I mean, he didn't even record a triple this season or last season with the Blues, but just lifted that one up and out of here. Not known for slugging. 5 doubles. Those are all of his extra base hits and his 17 hits last summer with the Blues. Just 1 double this past season with the Raging Cajuns. Here's James Bowes. Pitch misses high and tight. Tried to sell that hit by pitch. Doesn't get it. 1 ball and a strike. Runner on first, the leadoff walk from Dave Most. Bowes takes a pitch high, 2 balls and a strike. Bowes 1 for 3 on the day, a single in the first, and 2 pop-up outs after that. From the stretch, here's Savino. 2-1 high and tight for ball 3. Savino came in the 6th with the bases loaded and was able to get out of the inning with no more damage done. And the Blues add an insurance run.
3-0 is taken for strike 2. And now a 3-2 count actually for James Bowes. Rocking an American flag arm sleeve on the right arm. Runner on first, no outs. Here's the payoff. Runner goes, and Bowes puts it in the air on the right side. Comerford at the fence and won't have a play. 3-2 count again to James Bowes, who's 1 of 4 last night with a double. 1 for 3 today.
There's another righty getting loose for the Blues. I'm trying to figure out who it is. Maybe Matt Betancourt, according to our stats crew.
Stay tuned. We'll have more on that. 3-2 hit off the hands, falling fast. Alves races in and makes the grab. Nice play from Brady Alves in left. That's not going to be on SportsCenter top 10, but if you know ball, you know that's a tough play to make.
Yeah, running in at full speed with the wind moving the ball around in the air and able to just track it down. He got a great jump on that ball. Saw perfectly that it was just a lazy fly ball that he needed to unhook the trailer for.
Nice rangy play from the left fielder, Alves. There's 1 gone in the top of the 7th inning. Still a runner at first. It's Dave Most. And here's Will Anderson. First pitch, and Anderson sends it up and out of play the opposite way for strike 1. 6'3", 205-pound rising junior from Maloney College. Committed to play at Santa Clara with the Broncos this next season after just a ridiculous year. 0-1. High and tight to Anderson. Look out. Ball and strike now. I just love having the excuse to just talk about this line he had his past season at Maloney. 446 average, 545 on base, and an 802 slugging.
You're stupid.
It's just like, let that sink in. Like, I'm just saying these numbers, but think about that. 802. The 1-1. Anderson swings and misses for strike 2. An average slugging for college baseball, what would you say? Low 4s, high 3s?
Yeah, I would say between like 380 and 440, somewhere in that range. To put it into perspective, in Barry Bonds' best season, he had an 863 slugging. So he pretty much hit like Barry Bonds.
1-2. Anderson hits it into right field, and it falls in front of Don Jordan for a base hit. Second knock of the day for Will Anderson, and it comes with 1 out in the 7th inning.
I mean, we could just keep. I mean, I'm looking at Barry Bonds' total. He only had 2 years where he slugged higher than Will Anderson did this last year at Ohlone. And Barry Bonds, I mean, he had 762 home runs in his career. So
just kind of puts it in perspective there. As Dean Traynor will head to his bullpen. Zach Savino's day is over following the 1-out single from Will Anderson. New arm coming out for the Blues. We'll introduce you to him after this on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Matt Betancourt into relieve Zach Savino. Here in the top of the 7th inning, Blues up 7-5 over the Menlo Park Legends. However, the tying run is at first base for Menlo. It's Will Anderson with Dane Most over at second. First pitch to Cole Curtis, which misses low and outside for ball 1. Looking from the stretch, Betancourt coming out of the bullpen, and the first batter he faces, 1-0. Sweeper, a big swing and a miss for a strike. Betancourt making his 3rd appearance of the summer. He's pitched in 3 innings for the Blues so far. He's given up 3 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. Look at second. Now Stratton shoots. Another big swing and a miss at a slider for strike 2. Cole Curtis having himself a day. 2 for 3 with a double and a single. Came around to score twice. But the fans want their hot sauce with 1 out and runners on first and second. The 1-2. Swing and a soft bouncing ball to the shortstop Ardois, who throws it over to first in time. But the runners advance into scoring position. 2 gone for Blake Cowens, who is also seeing it well today. A couple of singles in both of his at-bats, one of them driving in a run in the 5th.
Good start to the outing for Betancourt. Just get a weak ground ball. Now you just got to deal with Cowens, who's arguably been the best hitter for the Legends all weekend long. You get him out, and you get out of this inning with no damage done.
So you get that second out on the ground ball to Ardois over at first base. He threw it over to first base, but now you have the tying run at second. A scary moment here for the Blues as Blake Cowens, who has already driven in a run today, steps into the plate. 2 outs, runners on second and third. Blues up by 2 over the Menlo Park Legends. Top of the 7th. First pitch is a sweeper down the middle of the plate for strike 1. Cowens from the University of Illinois, Chicago. Drove in 8 runs this past spring. Pitch is hit high in the air to left field. Might have just gotten out of the jam. And Betancourt did. A soft fly ball to left, squeezed by Alves, retires the side, no damage done. Still 7-5 Blues. It's time to stretch at Sinsheimer on the SLO Blues streaming network.
Go ahead and sing along.
Five, 6, 7 due up for the San Luis Obispo Blues in the home half of the 7th inning. A 7-5 game. They lead the Menlo Park Legends at Sinsheimer. A new pitcher on the mound too, Jesse Moore. First pitch to Comerford is barreled to center field. Via going back in front of the warning track at the wall. It's off the top of the wall. A home run, Brandon Comerford. Brandon Comerford hits it out in the deepest part of the ballpark. 8-5 Blues. They extend the lead, but Via's hurt at the center field wall.
$4 glasses of field recordings.
Hopefully Via is okay, but what a swing from Brendan Comerford. One of the deepest parts of the ballpark. He has yet to hit a home run here, point blank period, over his 2 summers. And he just showed off the power.
That was a nuke. 402 feet for the kid, Comerford.
Off a changeup too, so not a high velo pitch. Holy cow.
I'd say it's the farthest hit ball we've seen at Sinsheimer. In my 3 years, that's what I've seen.
The only unfortunate thing about that for us, Nate, is now we can no longer make fun of Brendan Comerford for having warning track power.
The center fielder Via is shaken up after crashing into the wall very hard. A couple of trainers headed out to talk to him. He looks to be okay, walking back to his position in center field. But a scud missile from Brandon Comerford to center.
Come to plate now for your SLO Blues, number 13, Brady Alves.
So following the leadoff homer from Comerford, who made it an 8-5 ball game, Brady Alves steps in. Wanted to talk more about Jesse Moore, and will now. In 4 1/3 innings pitched this past season with the Seawolves, 3 strikeouts, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, 6.23 earned run average. Alves gets a changeup for a first pitch and a called strike. A 1 count to Brady. Alves leaves that one high and outside, 1 ball and a strike. Alves made a nice play in left field on defense to retire James Bowes for the first out of the 7th inning. Now is at the dish in the 1-1. This one left outside, 2 balls and a strike. Jesse Moore, the new pitcher for the Legend. His teammate, Brody Miller, stands on deck. 2-1 misses outside, 3-1 now. Or should I say, former teammate. Matter of fact, Moore and Miller just missed each other. When Miller was at Sonoma State, Moore was playing junior college baseball. 3-1. Pitch misses outside, an easy walk for Brady Alves. 3rd base on balls on the afternoon for Alves. Runner at first with no one out in the 7th.
And 7th, the plate now is 7.
Well, you know, it's possible maybe Moore came by and did a little visit, maybe threw some pitches for the Sonoma Stompers coaches, and maybe Brody Miller caught those pitches. Who knows?
Never know in this small baseball world as they pick over to first, and Alves is picked off first base. Jesse Moore catches Brady Alves sleeping. Now one out here in the 7th inning. So now a new look for Brody Miller at the dish. Bases empty and 1 gone. Blues up 8-5 in the bottom of the 7th. Miller leaves a pitch high and outside, 1-0. Before that, last year at Sonoma, Jesse Moore spent a couple seasons at Diablo Valley College, played for the Vikings. 1-0. This pitch misses outside. Brody Miller takes it 2-0. A 5.71 ERA with the Vikings. 11 starts, 64 2/3 innings pitched, 53 strikeouts. 2-0. Miller watches that one go. 3 balls and no strikes. Sean Strittmatter stands on deck. Miller, who's 1 for 3 today with a 2 RBI double. 3-0 is a called strike on the outside. That zone just has been expanding more and more away toward right-handed batters as we progress through this game.
Yeah, if at the beginning of the game, you could throw a pitch over the plate on the outside and was it called a strike?
Miller watches that one high for ball 4. Back-to-back walks for Jesse Moore with 1 out. And now it's Sean Strittmatter who walked himself back in the 3rd.
Stepping to the plate, number 15, Sean Strittmatter.
Strittmatter, a strikeout looking. That 2 RBI double, a fly out to left. And check that out. A strikeout looking, a walk, and another strikeout. Takes a strike here. Strittmatter uncommitted after a couple of seasons at Cuesta Community College up the road. 0-1. Sean leaves it low and outside, evens it up at a ball and a strike. Strittmatter from Scottsdale, Arizona, a graduate of Desert Mountain High School. On the Central Coast after a connection with his father and the hitting coach at Cuesta. He'd pick over to first base, not in time to get Miller.
That's a nice pickoff move from the lefty. He got Alves with it and almost had Brody Miller leaning the wrong way there too.
Slightly open stance for Strittmatter as he points his bat in front of his face. 1 out, here's the 1-1. Off speed, missing outside, 2 balls and a strike. Strittmatter with a career .324 batting average with the Cuesta Cougars, a .423 slugging, and a .398 on base. There's some solid numbers at the JUCO level. 2-1. Strittmatter leaves that one low and outside, 3 balls and a strike. That's something with this Menlo Park pitching staff that I've noticed with the Blues too, just kind of picking away from the hitters, whether they're right-handed or left-handed. Doing it again here with Strittmatter. I'd imagine there'd be some timidness after that home, 3-1. Strittmatter hits it hard at the second baseman, who bobbles it and can't glove it over behind the bag. An error from Rabago at second. So Strittmatter reaches on an error by the second baseman, Rabago. Runners at first and second now for Gavin Constantine, coming in to pinch hit for Keating Cuccia.
Really well hit ball by Strittmatter. It was right at Rabago, but because it was so well hit, it was just a tough field for Rabago, and for that reason, it's going to be ruled as a hit for Strittmatter.
There we go. So an infield base hit for Sean Strittmatter, the second hit of this inning. Comerford leadoff homer extended the Blues lead 8-5. Here's Constantine with one out, runners on first and second. First pitch. This one missing outside, 1-0. Constantine just finished up his second season at St. Bonaventure University in upstate New York. Much better sophomore campaign following a rough senior season, just trying to get adjusted to the Division I level. 1-0. Constantine hits a dribbler down the third base line, and it'll be foul for strike one. A .250 batting average his second year with the Bonnies, batting south of 200 in year one. Baby steps, getting accustomed to D1 baseball.
Small improvements. It helps you just saw more at bats. You got more opportunities to get adjusted.
Constantine buckled up on an off-speed, missing inside. 2 balls and a strike as Cowens meets up with his left-hander Moore on the mound. He started in 20 games this past season, started in 4 his true freshman year. 72 at-bats versus 29. Drove in 12 runs for the Bonnies. 3 extra base hits, they were all doubles. And 2 extra base hits last summer with the Blues. And those are all doubles too. Here's a 2-1. Constantine leaves a changeup outside, 3 balls and a strike.
Blues are already up 3, but would maybe like to add some more insurance runs on here with a runner on second, 1 out.
Slow roller to the right side. Anderson goes to second for 1. And they held up the ball over at second. No throw to first. A tough slide from Strittmatter. And so Constantine reaches safely on the fielder's choice. Runners at the corners with 2 outs. And E.J. Royal stepping up to the plate.
And the second baseman, or shortstop I should say, did not like that slide, but remember Strittmatter got taken out on a slide earlier, so maybe looking for a little bit of payback there on that slide.
A little less malicious, I'd say, with Strittmatter. Less spikes in the air that time. Open umpire was out there on the field. Now back behind the dish. E.J. Royal is ready and set as he looks to collect his first base hit of the day. 2 strikeouts, a walk, and a pop out to the first baseman, Johnston. Is Royal's afternoon. Now he's here with runners on first and third, up by 3 against the Menlo Park Legends. First pitch, runner takes off to second. Constantine is in there in plenty of time. Stolen bag for Gavin Constantine puts 2 runners in scoring position for the Blues.
Now an even bigger spot for E.J. Royal, a 2 RBI opportunity with Constantine plus speed at second. And base hit, and anything in the outfield would more than likely score 2 runs.
Royal with 4 runs batted in so far this summer. The 1-0. E.J. swings, it goes off the mound, and a sharp bounce to Rabago at second. goes to first in time to retire the side. But a leadoff moonshot from Brendan Comerford makes it an 8-5 game. The Blues lead heading to the 8th on Slow Blues Shooting Network.
Distributes their shoes in center field. You'll notice today.
Top of the 8th inning, and it's never too late to purchase tickets for our signature fireworks game on July 3rd. Celebrate the Stars and Stripes and watch the Blues play under the lights at our biggest game of the summer. Save your seat now and secure those tickets at bluesbaseball.com. Will Robbins leads it off for the Menlo Park Legends in the top half of the 8th inning. And 1-0 pitch to him just misses low and outside for ball 2. Comerford with some fireworks of his own in the past frame. A 402-foot bomb to center field made it an 8-5 Blues lead. Robbins leaves a sweeper outside, 3-0.
Easily the farthest hit ball I've ever seen at this ballpark.
Certainly in a game.
Yeah, I mean, even in batting practice. Ashlock has hit a couple of balls out in that same area, but a little to the left.
3-0, no doubt about that take. A leadoff walk to Will Robbins on 4 straight balls.
Not the way you want to start the inning with a 3-run lead. Just trying to maintain the lead, get the bats back up there, see if you can add another run or two maybe, and then get out of here with a win. Not leadoff walks, which are ill-advised.
Here's Quincy Villa, who ran into the center field wall pretty hard trying to get that Brendan Comerford homer. He shows bunt and pulls it back, takes the off speed for a strike. Villa appears to be okay. He was pretty shaken up for a long time there, just laying on the warning track. It's Comerford trying to the bases. He's 1 for 2 today with an RBI single. And he hits it on the ground left side. Artois backhand over to second for 1. The throw to first, not in time. Speedster Quincy Villa beats out the throw from Stripmatter at second base. And the Blues can only turn one leg of the double play.
It's going to be a tough play with Villa running down the line. He's the fastest, or he's one of the fastest, if not the fastest, base runner on the Legends. And made that play tough for Stripmatter on the turn.
Here's a guy who's debatably the fastest, Isaiah Landry, who came into pinch hit for Charlie Degler in the 5th inning. Hit an RBI single there, and a ground out to Cuccia for his second at bat. Runner goes off towards second base. The throw, not in time. Nice throw from Brody Miller, but a stolen base for Quincy Villa, his second of the afternoon.
Again, just a little too high, just barely off the money. That ball is a couple feet lower. It's probably a hose job from Brody Miller.
So it's a called strike on Isaiah Landry. An 0-1 count now to the leadoff man and future Don at the University of San Francisco. Runner at second base, one out. A peek at second, now comes home. 0-1 misses low, evens it up at a ball and a strike. Landry staying in the CCL this summer. He played for an affiliate team last year in the San Francisco Seagulls, who are now an official CCL North program. Batted .276 with the Gulls in 2024. Sweeper just missing outside. They appealed to second if Landry went around. He didn't. 2-1 to Isaiah Landry. 21 hits last summer and 76 at-bats. 6 of them for extra bases. They were all doubles. 23 walks to his 19 strikeouts. Here's the 2-1. Landry leaves a pitch outside. Now 3-1. Austin Rabago stands on deck. 5-8 lead for the Blues in the top half of the 8th inning. The 3-1. Landry's watches that one go low and outside for ball 4. 2 walks in the inning. The Blues had 2 walks in the rest of the game. They matched that total here in the 8th inning with 2 runners on now.
And that's 2 very speedy base runners on. 2 guys who can just fly around the bases. So you got to try to keep them at bay if you can with 1 out here in the 8th.
Here's another speedster. Austin Rabago's day is now done. It's Gavin Shattuck's pinch hitting for Rabago. Silver Slugger Award at Ohlone College this past spring. The same team where Brendan Comerford was named the MVP. First pitch. This is outside, 1-0.
And I love Brendan Comerford, but how was Will Anderson not named MVP?
I was thinking that, but
802 slugging, man? Come on.
Did you see that 402-foot bomb he just hit, though?
That's true.
The 1-0. Shattuck's buckled up, but it's a pitch missing high. 2 balls and no strikes. Shattuck's committed to play at Stephen F. Austin. Played for the Lumberjacks in the fall after 2 seasons at Ohlone. Only a 6.5% strikeout rate. 2-0. Shattuck's leaves a sweeper outside. 3 balls and no strikes. And Betancourt quickly losing his command as 2 pitchers get loose in the Blues bullpen. Miller was going to head out to the mound to talk to Betancourt, but will stay behind home plate. Shattuck's yesterday struck out twice. A rarity for him, as I said, a 6.5% strikeout rate. The average nowadays, 17%?
Yeah, 17.
15. 3-0, taking all the way for ball 4. Third walk of the frame goes to Gavin Shattuck, and it loads the bases for Dane Most. The trainer looks like he's just going to let Betancourt work through it. A meeting at the mound between all the infielders except Brendan Comerford, who exchanges some words with his former teammate at first base. Comerford and Shattuck both going to Division I programs in the fall. Comerford to Gonzaga, Shattuck over at Stephen F. Austin. And it looks like it will be a pinch hitter for Dane Most, who went 1 for 3 today with a walk and a strikeout looking. Carter Bleeker from College of San Mateo stepping in now. And now a manager for the Legends calls all of his base runners to meet down the third base line in foul territory.
Now, see what I don't understand is why not do that while the Blues are taking the mound visit with the whole infield?
Because it wants to delay it even more.
Yeah. Ice your own hitter, why don't you?
Blues infield scattered with yellow jerseys. Brody Miller talking with the home plate umpire.
Including Club Cannon, Coast Hills Credit Union,
A long meeting in foul territory.
Cool Cat Cafe,
Tying run is over at first base
Thanks.
by the name of Gavin Shaddix.
Blues baseball, SLO.
And remind you, a pinch hitter, Carter Bleeker from College of San Mateo, replacing Dane Most. Bleeker fresh off the bench with the bases loaded and 1 out. Betancourt trying to get a ground ball and flip a double play. The pitch. Hit hard into center field. Royal racing into his right. He dives and won't make the play. Knocks it down in front of him. And a run comes in to score from third. Quincy Villa comes in and makes it an 8-6 ball game. RBI single for Carter Bleeker. And Betancourt still in the game. And those arms still getting loose in that Blues bullpen. As James Bowes comes in now. Bases still loaded. Tying run at second. Bowes watches strike one. Bleeker at first. Landry at second. Or Landry at third and Shaddix at second. Sweeper called strike on the outer half for strike two. One out, bases loaded. Blues up by 2 against the Menlo Park Legends. Top of the 8th inning from Sinsheimer. The 0-2. Sweeper just missing outside, not by much. That's been getting called all day.
That's one that Betancourt would definitely like to have from the home plate umpire at a big spot.
We've seen pitches a ball and a half away from that get called strikes. 1-2. Bounces on top of home plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bowes 1 for 4 today. A single in the first and a trio of pop-up outs. The 2-2. And Bowes watches that one for strike 3.
That strikeout means it's time for more slow heat. Brought to you by
Betancourt hits the outer half and gets a huge strikeout in the top of the 8th inning.
That is a big out. Now you're just an out away from getting out of what could have been what could still be a disastrous inning.
That's only the 4th strikeout of the day for the Legends offense. As here comes trouble in Will Anderson. 2 for 3 today after coming in to replace Ben Johnston at first base. Anderson now here with the bases loaded and 2 outs. First pitch just missing outside, ball 1. 2 singles, scored a run in that 6th inning with Legends put up 3. 8-6 lead for the Blues. Legends threatening with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Anderson hits it hard but foul down the right field line. 1-1 to the first baseman, committed to play at Santa Clara in the fall. Had some looks from SEC programs as well in South Carolina, but committed to the other SC before it was all said and done. Anderson with an open stance in the left-handed batter's box. Swings and hits a flare to left. Alves racing back at the track, at the wall. He one-hops the wall. Big bounce as at least 2 come in to score. Bases clearing double for Will Anderson. The Legends take the lead off the bat of the lefty committed to Santa Clara. 3rd hit of the day.
We could see how that ball was just carrying away from Alves. I thought he was going to camp under that one. It just kept going and going and going, and one hop the wall. With 2 outs, all the runners were able to just take off, and an easy 3 runs. Blues trail it for the first time all night long.
And a ton of carry on that fly ball from Will Anderson and extra bases. Nothing Brady Alves could do there. He played it right. Just took a big hop and one hop the wall. So the Legends now have the lead, 9-8 off the bat of Will Anderson, and a new pitcher for the Blues. In the top half of the 8th inning on the Slow Blues streaming network.
Coming to the plate for the
Spencer
Red Sox,
Gillimore coming in to replace Matt Betancourt, but perhaps a batter too late. A bases-clearing double for Will Anderson gives the Menlo Park Legends a lead in the top of the 8th inning. A 4 spot for Menlo makes it 9-8. So now it's Gillimore, who's got some pretty gross stuff. A Cougar from UC Colorado Springs. The first pitch missing high and tight to Cole Curtis. And they'll actually nip the corner for a strike. Gillimore, an insane senior season at Cabrillo High School down in Lompoc, earning a spot to play Division II baseball in the Rocky Mountains. 0-1 just misses outside, evens it up at a ball and a strike. They look great against the Sonoma Stompers, too. From the stretch, stares down his catcher, Miller. Runner on second, the 1-1. Hit hard in the center. And Royal takes a couple steps back, now comes in and makes the flat-footed grab. And the side is retired, but not before a 3 RBI double from Will Anderson, making it a 9-8 ball game. Heading into the bottom half of the 8th, this is brought to you by SLO County Golf.
And the first pitch.
Two, 3, 4 due up for the SLO Blues. They now trail by 1 against the Menlo Park Legends after a bases-clearing double off the bat of Will Anderson drove in 3 runs to take the lead for Menlo. So Sam Arjois steps up now, hit a home run in the 6th inning, and he hits a dribbler in front of the mound here. The pitcher Moore gobbles it up, throws it over to first, and the throw's not in time. There's the tying run over at first base. Sam Arjois with his 3rd knock of the day.
Get it done however you can. Blues just looking to scrap back after giving up the 4 spot in the top of the 8th. See if they can grab the lead back. They did so in the 8th inning last night.
Arjois getting it done, whether it's a 3-foot single or a 350-foot homer. And it's the manager for the Legends back out to the mound, or back out in foul ground once again. Another delay here down to the first base umpire. Hands on the hips as Don Jordan waits for his shot.
I'm glad that's what the base umpire did. At this point, if I'm an umpire, I would just go, he was safe.
Yeah.
Go back to the dugout and then play ball.
The boy who cried wolf situation almost.
Yeah, I mean every single thing in baseball has been to speed up the game.
Jordan shows the bunt, hits it down, and the catcher Cowens won't get there in time. Don Jordan shows off the wheels on the bunt single.
And I don't like that Don Jordan was squaring up. He's one of the most powerful hitters on this team, but it worked. It worked. It's a 2 base hits to start off the inning for the Blues.
Well, that's why you build the lineup like you do, with Mason Ashlock now stepping in. Ashlock hasn't had a day of his standards. He did have that RBI single in the 4th, but a lot more power we're used to seeing from Mason. Just 1 hit. It was that single in the 4th inning. Pop out to the third baseman, a strikeout swinging and a walk. He takes a look at strike 1 here.
And I just got a little bit of clarification from somebody in the chat. Will Anderson and Comerford were co-MVPs. Rightfully so.
I was going to say. 0-1, Ashlock spoils it straight back for strike 2.
Can't have 2 guys slug 760 and choose one or the other to be the MVP of the team.
It's a fun problem to have.
Yeah. Oh, you guys hit too many home runs. Boo-hoo.
I guess we have to get
I
MVP.
guess so.
Jordan at first, Artois at second base. Go-ahead run is Don Jordan at first. The 0-2. Sweeper missing outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ashlock has driven in 7 runs this summer. Playing in his 8th game with the Blues so far. Brendan Comerford stands on deck. Ashlock hits it high in the air the opposite way. Right fielder Curtis gets underneath it as Artois tags from second, heads to third. A hard throw to third. The ball gets away. Artois takes off towards home and Jordan heads to second. At the side as Artois ties the game. 9-9 in the bottom of the 8th off an errant throw from Curtis and right. What could Chris DeBoo possibly be talking about right now? Seriously, what is he doing? Arguing Artois left early?
Are they going to do it over at first, too? Make sure Don Jordan got back in time?
Nope, they'll only check Artois at second. So here's Comerford, who last time he was up, a 402-foot nuke. If he trades places with Jordan at second, the Blues have the lead. First pitch misses low and outside, ball 1. One-0 to Brendan Comerford. Game now tied at 9 in the bottom of the 8th. Brendan leaves it inside, 2-0. Hitters count now to Brendan Comerford. And they're going to put him on. Did it hit Comerford or did DeBoo send him to first base?
I don't know, but DeBoo came out of the dugout, which I don't like in itself. At this point, like, stay in the dugout.
All right, so here's Brady Alves with runners on first and second. Go-ahead run still at second base and Don Jordan. Brendan Comerford over at first. 1 out for Alves, who has walked in 4 plate appearances today. Grounded into a 5-3 double play in the 4th as well. Game notched at 9. Alves hits a dribbler to the right side of the infield. The pitcher Moore flips it to first in time. 2 runners in scoring position, and that tees it up for Brody Miller.
A semi-productive out for Alves, moving the runners over. He's had himself an okay day with his 3 walks. You mentioned he's just struggled a little bit this summer to get the bat going. Only 2 hits. Hasn't recorded a hit today, but is seeing the ball really well. Just something you can build off of as a hitter.
Brody Miller does have a 2 RBI double today back in the 3rd. A walk most recently in the 7th, a fly out to left, and a strikeout looking. First pitch, and Miller squibs it on the ground right side, and it stays fair. The first baseman Anderson taps first, and the side is retired, but not before the Blues tie the game on an errant throw from right field. 9-9 heading into the 9th on Slow Blues Streaming Network. Bottom of the order due up for the Menlo Park Legends, and what is now a tied ball game at the top of the ninth. Blake Cowens, his first pitch swinging, and Jordan pursues it and right, tries to backhand it, but it falls for a base hit. Leadoff single for Blake Cowens. There's a go-ahead run on first, just like that for the Legends.
Cowens has been on fire, and Nate and I were, questioning a little bit how he plays Division I ball because he didn't play. He wasn't all that great in high school, and then went to community college, but didn't play there, and then played, and then got it, and then signed at the Division I level. But he's been proving to us this weekend that he can hit.
It wasn't a matter of performance; it was more didn't even play at the JUCO level.
Yeah.
He's proven it here, batting in the mid 200s at the Division I level as well. And Cowens is at first. Now it's Will Robbins at the dish. First pitch. Sweeper on the outer half, first strike. Spencer Gilmore back out there. Redshirt freshman from UC Colorado Springs, a Lompoc, California native. On the 0-1. This is outside, 1-1. Robbins reached on a fielder's choice in the 6th. Came around to score, and then walked in the 8th. Was forced out at second. 1-1 count to Robbins. Hits it off the hands and straight back into the net for strike 2. Gilmore from the stretch.
Gallimore has been doing pretty well so far after coming in relief.
1-2, swung and miss. Got him on the elevated fastball. There's the first out of the 9th inning.
Lucky number 1961.
Hit him with the high cheese, and Gallimore, Stuckey could not lay off. Lou's looking for a ground ball double play. Get out of this. Get the bats up there. Walk it off.
There's Quincy Via now, runner on first. That's the go-ahead run at first base, too. Not a ways to go to score. Via has already driven in a run today in the 6th inning with a single from the stretch. First pitch floats into zone for strike 1. Via 1 for 3 today with that RBI single. 2 stolen bags as well. Reached on a fielder's choice and grounded out to the third baseman, Cuccia, who's since been replaced by Gavin Constantine. Fastball misses high, 1-1. Isaiah Landry stands on deck for the Legends. Blues trying to turn a double play, get back on offense. Sweeper misses outside and kicks away from Brody Miller as it rolls to the backstop. Cowens easily at second base. The go-ahead run in scoring position for Menlo. Two 2-1 count to Quincy Via. 1 out, a runner at second now. The pitch off Via's hands, and it hit the knob of the bat. It'll be a foul ball. That's the second time today we've seen that. Via get hit on the knob of the bat, and it goes foul. First one, he just kind of tucked his hands back, and it rolled foul. Now Chris DeBow is having a conversation with the home plate umpire. And Via didn't like that one bit. Thought he felt skin, thought I heard skin as well. But the call will stand, and Via will head back in the box. What is now a 2-2 count. Go-ahead run still at second base for the Legends. 2-strike count to Via, the left fielder batting ninth, who's since moved to center field late in the ballgame. 2-2. Via leaves that one on the outer half. It didn't miss by much. Fills it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Approaching the 3-hour and 30-minute mark in today's ball game. From the stretch, the payoff. Pitch, taken, strike 3. Sean Gallimore catches Via looking for a huge second out of the 9th inning.
Lucky number 1881.
Back-to-back Ks from Gallimore.
1881.
2 gone in the ninth. Flip it to the top of the order, Isaiah Landry. Landry 1 of 2 with an RBI single in the 5th. Also walked in the 8th inning and was stranded at 3rd. First pitch he leaves outside, 1-0. Landry, in his first season at Alabama State, was tied for 3rd in the SWAC in triples. Tied for 4th in home runs and stolen bases as well. And he watches a slider on the outer half for strike 1. Gavin Shattuck stands on deck. Go ahead run at second base. And Gallimore on the hill. 1-1. Landry hits it on the ground left side. Shortstop Ardois got it. Throw over to first is in time. Blues have a chance to walk it off. Tied at 9, heading to the home half of the 9th inning on the SLO Blues streaming network. So in the bottom of the 9th inning, it'll be a pinch hitter for the Blues. Kosei Suzuki coming in to replace Sean Stripmatter. A tied ball game at Sinsheimer Stadium. And Suzuki, fresh off the bench, looks at the first pitch. A fastball in the outer half for strike 1. A new pitcher out there too for the Legends, Francisco Lejia from Alvin Community College. 0-1. Suzuki gets hit on the elbow and he's in pain. Looks like that's actually the right forearm, and that was all skin for Kosei Suzuki, who's slow to get up. Well, it's the go-ahead run over at first, but that is willing he's okay enough to run at first base. That fastball was flush on the forearm of Kosei Suzuki. Athletic trainers are checking him out. And Gavin Constantine is standing on deck and ready to go, but they're looking at the big welt on the right forearm of Kosei Suzuki. And Lejia pacing behind the mound. He didn't mean to go up and in there. He apologizes, he touches his chest after the hit by pitch on Kosei. And there's the go-ahead run, the winning run over at first base. Again, Lejia apologizing again, the righty from Alvin Community College. JUCO in the same hometown where Nolan Ryan grew up. How about that?
How about that indeed?
So here's Constantine now, a runner on first base. The go-ahead runner in Kosei Suzuki. He shows bunt. Gets it down a high, bouncing one off to the right. Lahia gloves it, flips it over to first in time. Sacrifice bunt for Gavin Constantine puts the winning run at second base.
A beautiful job. Get it down, top of the order. E.J. Royal yet to record a hit, which to me means he's due, and then Sam Ardois, who is the front runner right now for our dog of the day.
That's right.
Number 50, E.J. Royal.
Royal, as you said, hitless today. Something of a rarity for him. 0 for 3, a couple of Ks, a pop out to first, and a walk where he came around to score in the third. Suzuki at second base. Royal watches the first pitch low, ball 1. EJ yesterday also went hitless as well. Did record a sac fly though, and just had one hit against Menlo Park in game 1. Just one hit on this series for EJ Royal. One of the Blues' most prolific bats, batting leadoff. And Royal takes the curveball in there for a strike. Thought about going after it, but at the last second, threw on the stop sign.
Yeah. It just really hasn't been Royals' weekend, but he, he's had series last year where he struggled a little bit, but still managed to figure it out.
Royal pops it up high in the air off to the right. Anderson in foul ground makes the grab flat-footed for the first out of the inning. Or second out of the inning, check that. It makes that job for Sam Ardois just a little bit harder.
Number 55, shortstop.
Ardois, who is seeing it the best of any Blue today. A couple of singles and a homer. He's hit the baseball hard. Honestly, my favorite ball hit from him today was that opposite field single to score a run.
Yeah, me too.
You can't doubt that moonshot he hit the left, though. First pitch. Ardois off the hands, pops it up behind home plate. Cowens throws off the mask. And we have free baseball here at Sinsheimer. Tied at 9, heading into the 10th on the Slow Blues streaming network. So via CCL ruling, the Menlo Park Legends will start with an automatic runner at second base, and kind of the exact guy they want, Isaiah Landry over at second. He's got a ton of speed, and he represents the go-ahead run. Here's Gavin Shaddix, who came in to replace Austin Rabago, who replaced Emilio Feliciano in this game. Corner infield, playing in with a runner on second and no one else. Again, an automatic runner is awarded to both teams in this inning and any other extra innings after that. First pitch is a sweeper missing low. Spencer Gallimore is back out there for the Blues. Shaddix is up in the count 1-0. Shaddix walked the last time he was up and came around to score in the 8th inning. Part of the trio of runs and the Will Anderson double. 1-0. Slider in there for a strike. Shaddix going to Stephen F. Austin in the fall. A 6'3", a 60-yard dash. 1-1. Pitch misses outside, 2 balls and a strike. And if you're playing Clash Royale, I wouldn't want to run into him either. A top 100 player in the world for the mobile game.
That's nuts. There's so many people who play Clash Royale.
2-1. Shaddix sends it up and out of play off to the right, 2-2. You dabble in Clash?
I used to, not anymore. There's over 300 million active players monthly, and he's top 100?
Put in that work.
That's nuts.
2-2 count to Shaddix. Go ahead run at second base. The automatic base runner for the Legends. The pitch. Shaddix hits a grounder to the shortstop Artois. Off the chest, he bobbles it, corrals it, throws to first. It's in time. Bang, bang, play at first base as Landry advanced to third. And you know Shaddix with that 6.3 seconds, 60 speed is going to hustle his heart out to first. And what do you know, Chris DeBoo is right next to the batter's box. Go ahead run is 90 feet away now. Landry advanced to third base.
The base umpire is getting his steps in. That's for sure.
Carter Bleeker is waiting.
And I just don't understand what he thinks is going to happen. Nobody had a better view at it, other than the base umpire who was standing right there.
At this point, he's doing himself more harm than good. I mean, you kind of said it earlier. If you keep asking about calls over and over, you're not going to get them.
Yeah. I would just be upset at this point, and if I were the base umpire, I'd walk over and be like, do you think he was safe? And then he's going to say yes, and you're like, well, I disagree. Go back to the dugout. What? There's nothing to argue about.
It's not like there's replay technology here in the CCL. It'd be a lot easier to look at. You kind of just have to go on who had the best angle. In that case, the first base umpire clearly had the best angle.
Yeah, he's standing right there.
So now go ahead, run 90 feet away for Bleeker, who swings and cues it down the first base line and foul.
A huge strikeout situation now.
One out for Spencer Gallimore, checked down. Runner at third. Isaiah Landry, who was the inherited runner of this inning, advanced to third on the ground out. Pitch misses high, evens it up at 1-1. Bleeker hit a single the first time he was up back in the 8th inning and came around to score on that double from Anderson. Replaced Dane Most in the 8th inning. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
This is the biggest pitch of the game. For the Blues pitching staff today, Gallimore looking to get the Blues fans another bottle of hot sauce and get 2 outs in this top half of the 10th.
Infield playing in, 1 out, the pitch. Slow grounder to the right side. Suzuki goes home. They tag out the runner, but the ball comes out. Brody Miller couldn't hold on, and Landry's safe. Legends take the lead as Brody Miller couldn't corral it on the play at the plate. A huge mistake, the biggest of the night for the Blues.
executed to perfection. A ground ball chopped right at Suzuki.
Now we're talking about the runner at first base.
I'm a little confused as to what they're discussing.
There was no play there. Suzuki, who was at second, went right to home. And I think there's a pinch runner coming in for Bleeker, and he's coming in from the bullpen.
What now?
He's hopping the fence and entering the field. He'll pinch run for Bleeker. Now a 10-9 lead for the Legends. Suzuki with a great throw to home. The tag was in time, and Miller just couldn't hold on.
I can't be right. The number I'm seeing is 15, which is Dylan Trammell, who started this game. I don't think that's... Or sorry, he came in and relieved.
He replaced Thomas Eghert.
I don't think that's not allowed. Can't return back into the game.
A potential jersey swap here. Either way, Blues trail 10-9 now with James Bowes at the dish. Big swing and a miss.
Yeah, that was a perfectly executed play. Just the slide was, or the tag was applied right on the foot of Landry, and Landry kicked it out. It wasn't an intentional kick out, or else they would have called him out, but just kicked it out on his slide.
0-1. Pitch is in there for a strike. Gallimore wants it right back and collect this K with one out. Oh, 2. Sweeper missing outside, 1-2. Bowes, one of the few hitters to not get taken out. One of the few starters to not get taken out today. Base hit is all the way back in the first inning. A strikeout and 3 pop-outs. 0-2. Swing and fouls it straight back. We'll do it again at a ball and 2 strikes. Three hours and 45 minutes. And the 10th inning at Sinsheimer Stadium. Pinch runner over at first. Unidentified. 1-2. Misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bowes didn't offer at the sweeper for the out pitch. Average lead at first, the 2-2. Taking strike 3. Got him looking on the fastball in the lower half of the zone for the second out of the inning.
Brought to you by the Bon Tom Creamer Cafe. Lucky number 1950.
Big strikeout there for Spencer Gallimore. Second strikeout of the day for James Bowes. It's Will Anderson, who's starting to hit stride in the late goings. 3 singles, a double. That double bringing in 3 runs and giving the Legends the lead in the 8th inning. Wind blowing right to left in the outfield. And Anderson leaves the first pitch trickling on top of home plate for ball 1. It's Jace Villanueva at first base. We got some confirmation from Consumes River College in Northern California. (1-0). Anderson swings and tips it off the mitt of Miller for strike 1.
Already a run across. Blues get their automatic runner on second, so they could get that run back pretty easily in their half of the inning. But you got to get there with hopefully just that 1 run across.
The heart of the order due up for the Blues too. Anderson off the hands, hits a flare to shallow left field. Alves charges it and makes the grab with his hat flying off his head. Blues trail by 1 with an error at home plate, 10-9 Menlo Park. Potentially the last chance for the Blues. Slow Blues Streaming Network. Bottom of the 10th inning, and the heart of the order due up for San Luis Obispo. Sam Artois is the automatic runner at second base via the CCL rulebook. 10-9 lead for the Menlo Park Legends. The first pitch, Jordan watches it low for ball one. Don today with a couple of base knocks, was hit by a pitch, has scored 2 runs, stole a bag, and struck out. A huge gash in his baseball pants after sliding home. 1-0. Jordan hits a dribbler down the third base line and foul. Jordan digging back in the 1-1 count. Corner infield's pinched with a runner in scoring position and no outs. Open stance for Don on the 1-1. Jordan watches that one skip outside. Artois almost took off towards second base, but a nice defensive play by Cowens to keep it in front, 2-1.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous block by Cowens. He didn't even put the body on it. He slid over and was able to put the glove on it and just bat it down. You're taught as a catcher when you're blocking, you don't squeeze the glove. You just open it as wide as you can so that it can act as some extra padding to just knock it down in front of you.
2-1. Jordan hits a high bouncer to the first baseman, Anderson, who gloves it. There's no one at first base, and Don wins the foot race. Infield single for Don Jordan, the third knock of the day for the former Longhorn. Puts the tying run 90 feet away, and Sam Artois.
And puts the winning run on base 2 for Mason Ashlock, who's a dangerous hitter but has not really done much in today's ballgame.
Ashlock an RBI single in the fourth. Artois at third, Don Jordan at first.
It'll be interesting to see what they do here. If Don Jordan decides to steal, do you throw and try to get him out and maybe let Artois come home and score the tying run, or do you let the winning run move into scoring position? It's a very strategic play to see what head coach Nick Saranzi is going to do.
First pitch, Ashlock hits a laser up the middle for a base hit. Mason Ashlock ties the game on an RBI single. 10-10 in the 10th.
Just ambush that first pitch and blasted it right back up the middle. He almost hit it too hard as it didn't allow Don Jordan go first to third. But
105 miles an hour off the lumber of Mason Ashlock.
That's the hardest hit ball we've seen all summer, and it's not close. Winning run on second base with Brendan Comerford due up, who already has a home run in this game.
Back-to-back base hits. Runners on first and second. The go-ahead's at second. Comerford leaves it outside, 1-0. And luckily for the Blues, the fastest player on the team is at second base, too. No outs as well. Comerford with the chance to be the hero. 1-0. Brandon swings and foul tips it into Cowens' mitt for strike one.
There was a collective gasp among everybody in the ballpark. That ball could have been crushed.
And check the wind out there in center field, blowing out to left. I know Comerford has plenty of power towards that pull side on the right-handed hitter. 1-1. Brandon checks his swing. The throw goes to third as John takes off, and he's out. Don Jordan took off towards third on the ball in the dirt. And Trainer won't even come out there to challenge it. Ashlock didn't move over at first base, and now somehow Nick Sansbury is coming out there to talk to the home plate umpire. So now Dean Trainer comes out and maybe questioning the call. I'm wondering why Ashlock didn't take off towards second base, because Jordan took off to third on the ball in the dirt, and Ashlock just stayed at first.
I think it's because Ashlock didn't think Jordan was going to take off, so he wasn't looking at Jordan. He was just looking to try to see how far away that ball was gonna squirt away to see if he should move over. I personally didn't think it was far enough away for Jordan to go, and that's why he was thrown in.
I mean, in the meantime, another great defensive play by Cowens, because that could have rolled all the way to the backstop. Dean Trainer still talking with the first base umpire as Francisco Lejia throws out some warm-up pitches. Rene Regalado talking with Ashlock, the runner over at first, who now after Jordan was thrown out at third, now represents the go-ahead run for the Blues.
And now, you know what they're probably talking about is Ashlock might have the green light to steal if he wants. Move over to third, or move over into scoring position. If you get thrown out, you're going to just probably go into another inning. But it gives you a better opportunity to win this game with him at second base than first.
So now one out here for Brandon Comerford. A 2-1 count to Comerford. Homered earlier in today's game. He was intentionally walked his last plate appearance. 2-1. Comerford off the hand, spins it up and in front of the press box for strike two.
Free foul ball, and the kids are going for it. Sponsored by Coastal Pediatric Dentistry.
2-strike count now to Brendan, who just wants to put the baseball in play and find some real estate.
A dog pile for that foul ball. The kiddos want to go home with a ball.
2-2. Comerford leaves it high, fills it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I think this is the opportunity right here for Ashlock to go. You got a full count. More than likely, you're looking at a walk, a hit, a ball put in play, something along those lines. The only situation where Ashlock would actually have to run it out is where if it's a strike.
He goes 3-2. Comerford hits it high in the air to left, but it's foul. Ashlock had a real nice jump on that one. Just foul from Brendan Comerford.
He was just out in front of that ball. He did not miss a single stitch on it, however.
Mason Ashlock did steal a base earlier in today's game when he walked in the second. He'll pick over to first, and he's back in time. Comerford never left the right-handed batter's box as he awaits the 3-2 pitch with 1 out. Winning run at first base in Mason Ashlock with a conservative lead off the bat. Payoff. Comerford goes down swinging. Second strikeout of the day for Brendan Comerford. Couldn't come at a worse time. 2 outs in the 10th for Brady Alves.
Folks stepping up to the plate for your SLO Blues. Number 14, Brady Alves.
Alves has put the ball in play twice in his 5 plate appearances. His other 3 were walks. Scored a run in his second walk back in the 3rd inning. And if Alves were to reach, if he doesn't end the ball game, Brody Miller looks like he'll get pinch hit for. First pitch swinging to the third baseman, underneath the glove and into left field. Error by Shaddix at third, and it keeps the inning alive. The winning run moves into scoring position for Gavin Smith.
Pitch hitting for the Blues, number 10. Hitting for the Blues, number 10, Gavin Smith.
Lucky break there for the Blues. They keep the inning alive, and Gavin Smith, who is second on the team in RBIs, has a chance to add some more to his tally and give the Blues a win.
Smith pinch hitting for Brody Miller. Bottom of the 10th inning. Kosei Suzuki on deck. Winning run at second in Mason Ashlock. First pitch is a called strike on the inner half. Smith making his 10th appearance in a Blues uniform this summer. 5 hits. Off the hands, popped up, and foul for strike 2. Tough with 2 now for Gavin Smith, who's got 5 Ks on the summer and 7 walks. Smith has driven in 8, as you said earlier, a double and a home run. That home run coming on his first plate appearance as a Blue. With his hands slotted in front of his chest. The 0-2. Smith leaves it high, 1-2.
Another 0-2 fastball up. The Blues have chased it a lot today, so I don't blame the Legends for continuing to go for it here in the 10th inning. But to no avail against Smith, who's trying to battle back after coming off the bench.
Blues dugout clamoring against the net. 1-2. Slider missing outside. Cowens keeps it in front. Evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Blues' fingertips clasping on to that netting in their dugout. Waiting for some magic from Gavin Smith. 2-2. Smith fouls it off the opposite way. We'll do it again.
Brought to you by Coastal Pediatric Dentistry.
Runners on first and second. The only one that matters is Ashlock at second base. Represents the winning run in a 10-10 game. Sleeper missing outside. Ashlock thought about breaking towards third, but he'll hold up.
Now, 2 outs, full count, first and second. Ashlock's going to be taking off, so a base hit will 100% win you this ball game.
The moment you dream about as a kid, playing wiffle ball in your backyard. 3-2, 2 outs. Runner in scoring position. The pitch. Smith hits it hard into outfield for a base hit. Ashlock hits the green light. The throw at the plate is offline. Gavin Smith is the hero. The Blues win 11-10.
What a send from Rene Regalado. The aggressive approach comes through and he's pumped. The team's pumped. Gavin Smith is the hero. The first walk-off of the summer for the Blues.
Your final score. The Blues 11 and the Menlo
Hit it hard through the 5-5 hole. Too hot to handle for Gavin Shaddix at the hot corner. Blues with some late inning magic. Cap it off with the W in 10.
Just an incredible piece of hitting. Coming off the bench, it is not an easy thing to do. Was down 0-2, worked it back to a full count, got the pitch he liked, ripped it through the 5-5 hole, and Ashlock, with his incredible speed, was able to round third. And it was not a great throw. It might have got him if it was on line. But I love the aggressive send regardless from Regalado. You either win the game right there or you go into another inning. That was Renee's thought, sending Ashlock home, and he already had the momentum going with the steal on with the 3-2 count and 2 outs, and the Blues able to get it done in extras.
Well, here we are in the Ancient Owl postgame show. The Blues beat the Menlo Park Legends and take the weekend series 2-1. They have Menlo Park again on Wednesday, but for now, it's a 2-1 series win for the Blues at Sinsheimer Stadium. Tonight's hero, Gavin Smith, has to be the dog of the day, right?
Really?
What do you think?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, walk-off single, yes, but does that take away from Artois' 3-for-6 day with a home run?
Absolutely it does not. Let's give him some flowers for that. What a day for Sam Artois at the plate. 3 hits, a couple of singles, a home run he drove into, and he scored at 3 runs himself. He actually scored the tying run in this inning as well.
Let's ask around the press box. Who's the dog of the day? Is it Gavin Smith now? No. Artois.
If we get the chat involved on this as well, that would be great.
Let's get a little. I'll run a poll for those of you who are still tuned in with us on the Ancient Owl postgame show.
Dog of the day candidate, Sam Artois. We'll get this up in a second. 3 hits on the day, a home run in the 6th that was a bomb to left field. Scored the tying run in the 10th, a single in the 8th, a single in the 3rd. So let's just make this easier. 3 for 5 with a homer. 3 runs scored, one of those runs being the tying run. And now for, who was the other one did we say? Brendan Comerford. And a home run in the 7th that went up 402 feet, an intentional walk in the 8th. That's the only hit he got today in his 5 at-bats. And then you have Gavin Smith, who came in to pinch hit in the 10th inning and hit an RBI single to bring in Mason Ashlock to win the ball game.
That poll's live. Go ahead and vote. I threw a little bit of stats in there too, but Just honestly a really good performance up and down the lineup from the offense. I think maybe the most hits they've had in a game other than that game against the Dodgers where they had 16 runs. But just an all-around great performance. 3 errors, still a number you'd like to keep down on the defensive side of the ball. But they were able to get it done with those errors. It helped that the Legends had 2 of their own. That helped the Blues score some runs. But overall, a really great job from the lineup 1 through 9.
And it's funny, they were out-hit again. 14-13 this afternoon. The Blues were out-hit by the Menlo Park Legends. As we still ponder who the dog of the day is. A 11-10 victory for the Blues, and what a way to end the weekend for San Luis Obispo. I'd like to think it all started with how Hunter Hammond started today.
Yeah.
Real nice bounce-back start for the righty from Westmont College. 4 1/3 innings, pitched 4 hits, just allowed 2 runs and 2 strikeouts. He needed that one, and he came through big. And the rest of the bullpen held it down pretty decently as well until the 8th inning when the Legends put up 8 runs, and then the 9th tied the game. But that Blues offense coming through like we've been, expecting them to late in these games, and that's pretty sustainable if you want to have some success coming down the stretch.
Yeah, you just got to hit the ball and hit the ball hard like the Blues did, especially late in that game as the poll ends for our dog of the day, and Sam Ardois is going to be our winner.
All right, Sam Ardois, our official dog of the day, but the walk-off hero is Gavin Smith. So the Blues win 11-10, and they have a happy bus ride to Northern California on Wednesday to play the Legends once again. That's all here from the Slow Blues Streaming Network. The final in this one, the Blues 11 and the Legends 10. Thanks for watching on the Slow Blues Streaming